Hey guys, how are you? Welcome back to my discussion on visual analytics using Tableau. So today I've come with some new topics and agenda that I will be discussing, and we'll take this discussion forward. Now there are certain few updates and announcements to be made before I start this session. The first announcement that I'm going to make is tomorrow is the last day. Tomorrow afternoon is the last day for submitting your Google Forms in order to obtain your Power BI and Tableau certification. So whoever have not done it yet, please submit the Google form. And before submitting, please ensure that you have provided or you have supplied the correct information. I'm getting a lot of queries where people have actually given a wrong or they have provided inappropriate information in terms of the names of their spellings or email ID. And believe me, guys, we are getting a lot of queries every day regarding all this, and this is an extra what you can say an extra task that is adding to my support team apart from resolving your technical queries. So please try to provide a correct information so that you can obtain the certificate without any problems, without any hurdles, because at the end of the day you guys are putting your effort to learn this particular skills, and obtaining a certificate is also a important part of learning any skills. And so if you are providing wrong information or any information is not which is creating a confusion, please avoid doing so. However, if there is any correction and this way we are trying to resolve it, but make sure that you provide the correct information from your end. And once more, I am telling tomorrow afternoon is the last day for submitting the uh, request for obtaining the certificate. Please make sure that you complete this particular process before afternoon tomorrow. So more or less by tomorrow will be the last day that will be accepting any request or any the system will be disabled after tomorrow. So the links will not be working for obtaining the Tableau and Power BI certificate. I'm repeating again, for Tableau and Power BI certificates, please update your information details, and please make sure that you provide the correct information. This is the first announcement I want to make. Second, before I start the discussion today, I just wanted to make a few things very clear in terms of the assignments and the projects that I'm giving to you. All these assignments and projects we are evaluating, but the important part is that these all exercise that we are providing in terms of Python or in terms of Tableau and Power BI, these are all for a self assessment. And guys, one more thing that I'm coming across from last few days, I am seeing a lot of requests coming where you are even not trying to explore the error that you are getting while practicing. Please remember, guys, this is a tool, this is a new skill that you're going to learn. We are only focusing on the areas where we need to know the options and the steps and the scenarios you need to learn. Now if you get stuck somewhere, try to explore it, because very few people I have seen that they're actually exploring the issues. They're coming up with a valid uh, explanation. Okay, fine, I have done these steps, but I'm still stuck over here. I really very happy to help those things. But I'm seeing a lot of queries come that where there you have stuck and you have simply took the print screen and you have just stuck the issue with a one liner. Believe me, guys, it's very difficult for our team to explore those kind of things. Unnecessary, we are just increasing the what you can say communication chain, which is a wastage of your time and our time. So please make sure that whenever you're raising a query, there should be a proper way. We should feel that okay, yeah, you have done your best from there and then you have come to us. And this is a new learning for you, exploring the error and exploring the points that we are getting stuck. That is a new learning for you, and that is where you will start learning this particular tool properly. So I hope I have made some important points clear to you in terms of certifications and how you can raise your queries in a live support. Now, before I start the session, let me show you the few things in the dashboard that is very important for you know to know in terms of the data and the things that I've updated. So let me share my screen and just give a walkthrough of the things that I'm going to show you today. Okay, fine. So I hope you can see my screen. So this is the dashboard. Let me show you the things first. So today's data set has been uploaded over here with the data files for today's date. Now, I get a lot of queries when people try to click on this link and they have been redirected to a page where they are getting this kind of page. So don't worry, you just need to click on this link mentioned above in the gray bar. You need to click, you can click on this particular link and you can just access the data files from this drive. So there are certain limitations, I guess, for the Canvas dashboard or certain issues that is coming. Anyways, this is by this particular way, you can just access the required files that has been uploaded into the Google Drive. So if you get stuck in this particular screen, just need to click on this particular gray bar. Apart from this, I wanted to show you one more thing. Just let me allow. So all the recordings has been uploaded till the last whatever sessions that I have completed. So the last session has the last class recording has been updated. I guess this is the wrong date. Okay, this is an update from a support team. We need to change this date. This 28th May, I guess, should be 27th. Okay, so the recordings for both the classes has been uploaded and the assignments is also updated. There are 3 assignments on whatever topics I have covered till filters. More are on their way. So when I complete the topics, I will be trying to upload more assignments on that. So you can access the assignments from this particular link, the recordings and the data files. Fine. So with this, I can start today's discussion. So last class I was discussing about I discussed about filters, where I showed you some of the types of filters that we can use, like quick filters, filter shelf, visual filters, and date filters. Just a minute, let me open my PowerPoint. Just a minute, guys. Fine. So last class I discussed about filters, and before that I also talked about how we can work with alias, grouping, hierarchies, and what is the importance of hierarchies, where we can use groups and alias. So I've also showed you some practical examples and the scenarios where we can use these options. Now, today I'm going to talk about some new topics like sets, calculated columns, under which we'll be discussing about numerical, string, data, logical, and aggregate kind of calculations. And after that, I will be talking about the next few topics like parameters and LOD. So, what are sets? And what is the difference between sets and group? It's a very important interview topic also. So by now you know what are groups, correct? So groups are basically used for reducing the members of your dimensions. So if you can just recall, you can just recollect your last sessions. So I showed you how I use the carburetor dimension, I have reduced that particular dimensions into two groups where I have been creating a group with two members of light and heavy cars. Now, what are sets? Sets are the also custom field which is created based on the dimensions on your data. Now, sets are a bit different from groups. So sets can be used. Sets is a different option where it's a subset of your data. You can say, for example, let me how we can say, for example, suppose you have a sales report. You are your company is, your organization is dealing with hundreds and thousands of products, and you're selling those products all over the globe. Now it's very important to know the product sales in certain what you can say, in certain segments. For example, what are the top 10 customers or the top 100 customers? Who are the customers who are only bringing revenue to the organization but no profit? And who are the customers who brings revenue, who brings revenue and profit both? So as I conclude my last discussions, there are customer segments is divided into two parts: the customers who brings revenue. So there's a regular customers who only brings revenue. They're we cannot measure their sales in terms of profit. And there are some customers who brings profit to the organizations. This can be in the form of a new customers or existing customers. Now it's very important that you analyze your data in terms of those customers also, for those concepts, for those scenarios. So we use the concept of set. Now in this particular definition, it might be a bit confusing for you, but sets are the subsets of your data that also, but however, I'll be showing you all these definitions practically to make things more easy for you. So sets are the subsets of your data that's also based on the existing dimensions. So whatever dimension you're using, we can create set out of those dimensions. Now let me show you how we can do that. So let me start my, these definitions are for your knowledge. You can just go through these definitions, and yeah, and we can relate whatever the practical examples I'm going to show you today. Excuse me. So let me start my Tableau desktop, and here we go. What is this? Fine. So for today's, the first example, I'll be going to use the, just let me show you the data set. So I'm going to use the Superstore Canada data set for this, and then we'll be moving to the next next example, and you can just continue with some other data set. So let me connect to this particular data set to show you the examples of sets. Now the difference between set and group is that group is used for reducing the members of your dimension, and set is used to create certain groups within your report, so that you can just you can just analyze, or you can just focus on that particular group in terms of any parameters like sales, or in terms of discounts, or any parameters. So let me connect to Superstore Canada. Fine. So I'll be working on this particular data set, Superstore Canada. Let me just drag this order table from here. Okay. So this is the data. So you are already aware of the structure of this data and what kind of data this particular data set contains. Now let me show you, let me build a small report for you before I show you the implementation of sets, how we can implement set on this particular data set. Now suppose I have created taken a product subcategory. into the row shelf. And I bring the sales into the column shelf. Fine, let me bring the product name in place of that. Let me bring the product name and the product sales. Now, so we have this particular report of in terms where we are showing the sales in terms of the product name. Now we can arrange this particular report with a sorting button over here, and what we can get, we have got this particular sales bar graph, and you can just name this particular, you can label this particular bar graph. You can click on this T button, the T option over here. You can just label your screen. Suppose I want to know the top 10 product sales. So what I can do, I can just simply select the first product, hold on my shift key, I can just count down the till 10, and I highlight this. Now, if I hover my mouse, last class as I showed you the last session, that how we can use a visual filter. In this particular option, when we hover our mouse on this particular data, we are getting a lot of options over here, like keep only, exclude, sorting and all. And also you got an option called group. Just beside a group, there is a symbol of a Venn diagram. So this particular option is where we can just create a set out of our data. So you can click on this particular option and click on create set. And suppose we can name this particular set as top 10 cells. And you can click on OK. Now, the moment I click on OK, you'll be seeing in the left hand side corner of your screen in the Tableau desktop, there is a different section that has been created over here with the top 10 cells, and the symbol is of a Venn diagram. So this is the first step that I want to show you for creating a sales, a set. Now, what is the use of this set? This is very important to know why I have created this set. Now, suppose I want to know who are the customers who has actually given us this top 10 sales in terms of product. So what I can do, I can just remove the product name from the row shelf, and I can bring the top 10 sales over here. Now, the moment I bring the top 10 cells, you can see this particular pill is showing us two parameters. One is in and another is out. Now, in the in section consist of those information which are actually inside the set. So we can say this particular top 10 products which are for which we have created the set are included in this particular section in parameter, and the other products that we have not included are in the outside parameter and out parameter. Now let us see who are the customers who has purchased this particular, who has given us this particular, who has purchased these products from where we have actually obtained this sales. So let me bring the customer name, and we can see these are the customers who have bought these products from us, and we are coming within this particular in parameter segment, or in the in parameter, which is one of the parameter of the set that we have created. The important point that I want to make clear over here, whenever we create set in our data and we use that particular set in our report, it takes two parameters. One is in and another is out. So in consists of those data points which are included in the set, and out that is not included in the set. So we have always an option to remove the out components from our set. Now, for example, if I want to only focus on the in, so what I can do, I can just select this out, right click on this, and I can hide this particular option. So what I've done, I've selected this out parameter. I have right click on this particular section and click on hide. Now we are left with only in. So these are the customers. You can just get you can just identify them, and you can just easily identify, okay fine, these are the customers who has given the highest top 10 sales by purchasing a product. You can also do one thing, you can just right click on this section, you can click on this edit alias. Now by now I am confident that you know what is alias and why you need to use this particular concept. This is where these are the scenarios where you can use those things. So what you can do, you can edit this in parameter, right click and click on edit alias, and you can give this name as top, or the, you can say top customers. And you can change this name. You can also format this particular option. You can just click on format, and in the alignment section you can go and you can just select automatic option, and you can just select the automatic option, and you can just make this particular option as par with the customer name. So whatever things, whatever parameters, the in parameters, you can easily edit this particular parameter. You can also remove this particular parameter. You can just right click on this in the pill, and you can just click on don't show header. You can just uncheck the show header. So you can click on this particular pill in out, right click, and there's an option called show header. So you can see, once I click this show header, you can see these details over here. Now if you don't want to show this to the end user, you can just right click on this pill, and you can just uncheck this show header option from the in out parameter, that the set that we have created. So the moment I do a uncheck in the show header, I am left with only those customers who are the top performers for this particular report, sales report. So this is the way we can create a set out of a product. The next set that I'm going to create is of profit. So what I can do, let me take a new sheet, and let me bring the product name and the profit from the measures. Now this profit looks very interesting. We can see there is a gap over here between the product name and there's a minus values that is appearing over here. Obviously, because profit can be in negative also. Some of the products which have not performed well, they have given us a negative profit. So what you have to do, you can again sort this data, and you'll be left with the top performers in terms of profit, and you can just easily go down, and you can, the negative profit also is available over here. Now again, you can select the top 10 products from here. You can select the first product, hold down the shift key, and you can just count the top 10 products. 3, 6. And the moment I select on this, and I can again click on this set, create set, and you can name it as top 10 profits. Click OK. You can remove the product name from here, bring the profit, and you can see 2 segments over here. You can again bring the you can level it. You can see the profit for the top 10 products and the profit from the rest of the products have been easily differentiated by this particular parameter. Now again, you can bring the customer names, And you can just see the customers who are given us some of the profits may be negative because some of the customers have also earned a negative profit also. So it is differentiated in terms of customers, not in terms of product. Over here, what you can do, you can again remove the out, you can hide the out parameters, and you can also change this particular name, top 10 profits or top products or top profits, you can say. You can align this, you can right click on this, click on profit, and you can also remove the options from here as per your convenience. So we have created two sets from our data. Now there is one more option. Why I have created two profits, why I have showed you two sets of the same with the same steps and the same, because the next example that I'm going to show you is how we can combine two sets. So there is an option where we can know who are the common customers who are also given us a profit and revenue both. So this is very important that uh, we know that we understand that the customers that are giving profit and revenue both. So we can just click on this one of the profit over here and click, and there's an option over here, create a combined set. So the moment I click on create a combined set, now it's a very important thing that you need to focus over here. The pro the steps that I'm going to show over here, you can see there are certain symbols. So people who are from SQL background or database background, who know who have worked with joins, so they might be familiar with these symbols. But these symbols are quite different from those symbols which we use into our data set for joining. Now let me show you, before I proceed with this particular example, how does join looks in Tableau. Now let me go back to the data source part. Let me close this. Now in Tableau, you perform the join operations in the data source section. So suppose I bring the return table. Till now I was using a single table. I'm just showing you the join concept. I will not talk about join. Join is a separate section I have dedicated for that. So I will just drag this return over here. So I'm dragging one more table over here and I leave it. Now the moment I drag this table over here, you can see there is a join operation that has happened over here, that has taken place. Now in Tableau, we have four types of join: inner, left, right, full outer. So don't get nothing to worry about that. These are very simple joins. There is no technicality that is involved in this. These are all just drag and drop options that we have. We can use that in performing the join operations. Now, what are inner joins? I'm just giving you a short definition of joins before I go to the join, how we can combine the two sets in that particular example. So over here, the join, you need to, if you watch carefully, the inner join supposed to be only showing you the matching values that are common in both the tables, table 1 and table 2. The left join will always show all the data from the left table and the data which are common from the right table. Similarly, for the right join, you will leave data from all the data which is available in the right table, all the data that is available in the right table, and the data which are common from the left table will be shown, excluding the uncommon data. And full outer join means all the data from both the tables. Now, this is a simple definition. There is nothing to understand over here. There is nothing technicality involved. Now, this join and the join that I'm going to perform in terms of sets, these are two different joins. Don't get confused on that. That's why I wanted to show you, because these are very common questions. In what point they are different? Let me show you that. So let me remove this join first. Now, if I click on this particular set and click on create combined set, you can see the same symbols over here. Now, these symbols are a bit different from that what we have seen. In the left join, you can see, if you can watch properly, In the left kind of join, only the left table data is getting extracted, not even the matching data or the unmatched data. Apart from the first two join, the third and the fourth type of join, where I can see the left and the right join, only the left table data is getting selected, excluding the common members and the right table. So this is the a bit of difference between the join that we are going to apply over here and that we are going to do in terms of table join. Now for this particular scenario, as a requirement is to see who are the customers who are giving us profit and sales both. So can you tell me which join I need to use over here? You can come into answers over here. So we need to find the common customers. So when I speak about common customers, you can just use the second option, because this is the option where the shared members in both the sets should be selected. Now by default, the first set is top 10 profit, on which I have applied the common combined set. And the second join is obviously the top 10 sales. Now I click on OK, and here we go. There is a third set that has been created. So what I can do, I can just edit this name. I can name it as combined customer. And click on apply, OK. And what I can do, let me take a new sheet and let me bring the combined customers over here. Let me bring the customer names. And these are the common customers who has given us sales and profit both. So these are the customers starting from this till Victoria are the customers who has given us profit and sales both. Now we can just remove the unwanted section from this parameter. We can hide this, and what we can do, we can bring the sales and the profit both, and we can check individually who are the customers who has given us sales and profit from this. If you want, you can just remove this particular option. You can just remove the show header, and you will be left with the customer name in terms of sales and profit. So you can see how important set is in order to identify certain sections of our data, and how we can use that particular set option to understand the behavior of certain data, certain components in our report. So sets actually allows you to create a group of your from your data, and you can just easily use it. Now one more set. Now this is in terms of the product. So there were only top 10 products. So we can easily select it from point and click, and we have created a set. What if you have more than 10 products, suppose 100 products, how can you do that? Now suppose, let me take a new screen for this. I have bought the customer names over here, and I bought the sales over here. I have arranged it, I have labeled it, and I have got this customer. So I want to know the top 100 customers, for example. So it's not possible to select all the customers from here, right? It's a very cumbersome process. So what you can do, you can create a set out of the customers. You can do a right click, go to create. So right click on the customer name, go to create. There's an option over here, set. You can click on this set option. Now over here, we can see there's a list of the customer name available over here in the general. There are three options that will be over here. So first, let me name this particular set as top 100 customers.
Now there are three sections and just below the name option. General, in where you can see all the customers name. Either you can select the 100 customers if you have time for that, or you can go to conditions where you can give certain conditions over here. And the third condition that we have, top. Over here there's an option called by field. Now you can select this condition and you can just edit this 10 to 100 and click OK. And you can see there's one more set created. Top 100 customers. So what you can do, you can remove this customer name. You can bring the top 100 customers over here. You can again bring the customer names over here. No, there's some problem coming up. Wait. Just a minute, there's a problem. Customers 100. Stop 100 days. Just let me check this set. This data or just a minute, guys. There's a issue. There's got something wrong happening over here. This data is breaking up. So I've created these top customers and let me remove this, sort this. Bring this over here. Customer name. Mm-hmm. Top 100. Some. Mm-hmm. This should come. Actually, it's not coming. Some issue. The customer names. Okay. Fine, I guess there's some issues coming. Let me take this. Let me check this particular data. I guess the data is getting breaking up somewhere. Okay, fine. The idea is that you can just create top 100. Let me check this particular. There's some the data is getting broken whenever I'm trying to connect with the dimensions. Okay, nothing to worry. I'll just fix this issue. So the idea is that you can create some dynamic sets out of this particular options. So you can just right click on any of the customer name, go to create, and you can use this set options and click on top, and you can just create the set of your choice, whatever numbers you want to give in terms of whatever sets you want to create. And you can use this particular top 100 customers in the same way that I have used for the top 10 profits and sales, where I have manually selected, I've created the set, I have dragged it, the customer names, and I have bifurcated the customers in terms of the people who are involved within the sets and the customers who are outside the set. So this was all our set. I will be coming up with this particular, I will discuss this again because this particular data is getting breaking up whenever I'm trying to connect. I don't know why, what is happening over here. I need to explore it a bit. Fine. So this was all about the set concept I want to discuss. You can use the set, and please don't get confused between sets and group, because I have shown you two practical implementation of sets and group. So group is used for reducing the members of your dimensions, and set is used to create a subset from your data on a particular with on particular conditions, and you can do the analysis particularly on that particular part of your data. So it's very important that you understand both the implementation of sets. It's a very common interview questions in Tableau. What is the difference between set and group? Okay, fine. So let me go to the next topic, that is calculated field. Now this is also one of a very heavy topic. So don't get scared. I'll be showing you some simple examples so that you can understand the basic concepts. So people who have joined for this particular session only for Tableau, uh, from here onwards, I'll be showing you certain functions and formulas that we can use in Tableau. So don't get scared or don't get confused or stressed that okay fine, again we have to write long formulas and all. No, Tableau has a certain specific set of functions in simple English language. You can just, they're the normal functions which we use normally in Excel. We can use those formulas same over here. The way of implementation is quite different compared to Excel. Now let us show what is calculated field. Calculated field is also a type of a way of where you can just find out certain information from your data which is not available in your data. For example, if you have a customer age and you want to find the birth, you have the customer birth date and you want to find the age of the customers. So you can use those particular concept. You can find out those information from your data by using the concept of calculated field. So calculated fields are nothing but it is used to find those information from your data which is not available in your data set. Now suppose you have cost and sales, you want to find the profit and loss. You can use a calculated field option. So with the help of calculated field, we create certain dimensions and measures which we can use in the same way that are available in the data. For example, these are the dimensions and these are the measures which are created by default from our data source. Now with the help of a calculated field, we can create certain dimensions and measures from our data set in order to find those information which are not available there. So let me show you some of the options over here. So for this particular example, I will be using a different data set, that is data nation, that is already uploaded into your drive. You can just connect to that particular data set, download it, and people who are working with me side by side, you can use that particular data set and work along with me. Now let me clear this particular option, or let me connect to this particular data. I can connect it from here itself, and let me connect this particular data set from here, and I'll select data nation. As the definition I have stated, calculated field is an option in Tableau through which we can find those information which are not available in our data set. Now there are certain types of calculated field that is available in Tableau. The first is numerical. Second is string calculations. Third is date calculations. Fourth is logical calculations. And fifth is aggregate calculations. Now let me work on each of the options or each of the topics under calculated field. So I'll start with a numerical calculation. So let me take a new sheet, and the data I'm using for this is this particular data nation data. Now this particular data set consists of information like, let me show you the data set. So this particular data set contains data of a nation, like it's for India basically. So it consists the city, the state, and the population for each of the state, the birth number of people who have born on that particular state, the death rate, and income, and in terms of election, when was the last election that was taken place for that particular state or city. Now let me show you how I can perform certain calculations, how we can use the concept of calculated field to find out certain information. Now if you watch this particular data set carefully, you can see there's a column over here, death rate. So this particular column is showing the percentage. This is a pseudonumeric column, but it actually shows the percentage of death. So it's basically 8.3% out of the total population. The death rate for this particular city called Agra, which is in the state of Uttar Pradesh, the death rate for a population of 10 lakhs is 8.3%. Now here we will be using our first option of calculate column. Now suppose I want to find the number of deaths. Now it's a very simple mathematical calculations, like you can just do 8 death rate into 100 divided by a death rate divided by 100 into the total population. Now the question is how we can do this kind of calculations in Tableau. So we can do this kind of calculations with the help of a calculated field. Now these are the very simple things that you need to take care of, because these are the options which will be actually handling the large set of calculations in your data in future. Now first let me show you the options over here. So let me take a new sheet. This is the data set. In this particular data set, as I said, you need to take care of the dimensions and the measures if they're listed properly. The first scenario which I'm going to talk about is calculated field doing numerical calculations. And the scenario is, out of this death rate, we need to find the number of deaths that has happened for each of the city. Now there are a lot of options of creating a calculated field, but the best way, the one of the single most option is just beside the dimension. You can see there's a downward arrow over here. Click on this downward arrow and you can see there's an option over here, create calculated field. Click on this particular option and there will be a small window, pop-up window that will be coming up. Now this window is a very what you can say, it's a very useful window. This is the place where we'll be writing the formulas and we'll be using some of the functions. Now the question is, we have to click on this particular dimension, click on downward arrow, and you can name this particular calculated field as number of deaths. Now the mathematical formula, as I told you, the death rate divided by 100 into population. So there is also a measure over here which shows the population for each of the cities and states in our data set. Now you can watch very carefully how this particular window interacts with us while creating a formula. This is a very interactive window actually. So now let's start writing the formula. So you'll open a bracket. It's a normal formula that as a normal formula that we write in Excel also you can write. This is a simple English formula, nothing to get worried about. So we'll calculate the formula shares the death rate by 100. So we can write type death rate over here. Now see, the moment I write D, I got a set of examples or set of drop down from where we can see this particular major name. So you can select this major name, death rate, divided by 100, close bracket, into, now what is the population major over here? This is population current, correct? So we can use this particular measure over here. So we'll write population. The moment I write PO, you can see the population current measure has been populated over here. So you can select this, and now you can see the moment I created this particular calculated field over here, there is a message that is coming downward. The calculation is valid. Now what if I miss something over here? Suppose I miss this bracket. The moment I miss something over here, you can see there's an error message. The calculation contains error. You can click on this downward arrow and you can see I've got an error message over here, column name missing. So what you can do, you can again go over here, give the column name, and you can just, you have also an option to write comment over here. So if suppose I want to write a comment, so you can use a forward slash. So two forward slash, and you can just write the definition of this formula. This particular formula, this calculates the number of death. And you can click on OK. Now the moment so there's also difference between, a lot of interview they ask this, what is the difference between apply and OK button over here? The moment I click on apply, this formula will get apply over here. You can see there's a measure created, and the moment I click on OK, you can close this button. Now this particular calculated column has created a measure for us. Why measure? Because we are actually creating a numerical value from our data set. So this particular formula that we have created, number of death, has created a measure for us. Now we can use this particular measure. Now how to identify that this particular measure has been created by a user defined measure. You can see there's an equal sign over here followed by a hash sign. Can you name one more measure in this particular measure which is an equal sign over here? If you come down, there's one more measure that has been created by Tableau itself, that is number of records. Even you can find there's an equal sign. So in your data set, if you find an equal sign followed by a hash as a measure, you can easily identify that, okay, fine, this is a user defined measure, or this particular measure has been created by Tableau itself. Now these are certain default measures which are in italics: number of records, measure values, measure names. We can easily identify that, okay, fine, these are the measures created by Tableau for its own calculations. But a user defined measure will be like a normal measure. Now I can use this particular measure. For example, I can use this measure for calculating the number of deaths per state. I can drop the state over here. I can bring the number of deaths over here. Yes, and I have these particular numbers in terms of death. I can also check this particular name with terms of city names. So you can see that we have created a measure, a user defined measure with the help of a calculated column. Just a minute, guys, my system is again working slow. Now, this was an example of a, oh my God. Hmm. So this was an example of a numerical calculations. Now, what if I want to see this particular city names without the city codes? So I want to see the number of deaths that has been taken place in terms of city, but without the city code that is associated. There is a code associated with each of the city name. Now this is where we'll be using the string calculations. We have calculated the number of deaths with a numerical calculation. Now let us use the string calculation option to find to split this particular city name from the city codes. How? We can click on this again, this particular calculated field, create an calculated field, and now suppose I want this particular city Agra in a different column. Now let me click on this calculated column, click on create, and let me name this as short city or s underscore city. And for separating this particular text from this particular what you can say code, just like in Excel, people who have worked on Excel, they are familiar of this particular function called left, correct? So I'll use the left function to actually take out the text from this particular format. So I will use left. And what is the string name over here? The string name is city name. Now there are two options over here, guys, that I want to focus. First, either you can just write the city name over here manually, or one more option Tableau gives you, you can drag the city name and you can just release it over here. So this left takes two parameters. One is string and another is number of characters. So let me give this number of character as 4. Now you can see that the moment that this formula gets complete, there is a message from here. Now one more important thing that I want to show you guys is very important and it's very informative option. If you want to know what this particular formula do for us, just like in Power BI we have a definition for each formula, there is also an option in Tableau where you can see the definition for each of the formula. For that, you can see there is a arrow over here in this window. You can click on this arrow and you can find the list of formulas that is available in Tableau. If you click on this arrow over here, you can find the categories of formula that is available in Tableau, like number, string, date, type conversion, logical formulas, aggregate, user, table calculation, spatial. This kind of formula is special formulas are available over here. Now each time you use a formula, like for this left, you can see the definition of this formula is available over here. So left returns the specified number of characters from the start of the given string. Example, there's an example over here. Calculation 4 will, if I apply left on calculation, it will return, it takes two parameter. If you define the numerical character for the first 4 characters. Now let me apply this formula. I click on OK, and you can see this time this calculated column has given us a dimension. Last time we created a measure. This time it is given as a dimension. And how we can identify a dimension, user defined dimension? We can see there's an equal to sign followed by a text data type, that is ABC. I can drag this city S name in this particular row shelf, and I can see that from each of the city name, the first 4 characters has been extracted. And we can see that there's a different column of city. Now this column looks very it's not giving so information, like we can get some incomplete. Even this particular column has given us a code in return because we have just extracted the first 4, so it is actually an incomplete city name we are getting, correct? Why can't we make this formula dynamic formula? How can we make this particular formula that we have just created, this dimension, a dynamic, where where it can return us all only the city name, the full city name? How? Let me show you that. Now again I will use the calculated field option. I'll go over here, click on calculated field, and this time I'll be using a name as, let me name this formula as string length. So what is a string? String is just you can say people who have from programming background, they know what is a string. String is a text expression. So in programming world, programming language, you call it a string, a text expression, you can say. A character contains more than one alphabet or characters. So we can just name this string length, and for this we will use one more formula called find. So the moment I write this particular find over here, you can see the definition of find has been populated over here. Now let me calculate. This find takes 3 parameters. However, we'll not need all the 3 parameters. Some of the parameters are optional also over here. So first parameter, you are aware. So the first parameter is string. So we'll write the city name over here. We'll give a comma. Now it's a very important that we have to find the length till which position. Over here, after each of the string, the position of this particular string, for example, if you talk about Allahabad, this particular string ends at a position where we are getting a square bracket, correct? So what we can do, we can find the length till the square bracket. So we can define the square bracket over here, and we can close the button. So we have told this formula that please find the length of this particular city name till where you are encountering this particular square bracket. Now the formula will actually calculate the city name till the bracket. For example, if I apply this formula on this particular Agra, it will give us the string length not as 4 but 5, because it will also include the bracket also, because we are told that till bracket, not before bracket, till the bracket. So what we have to do, we have to do a -1 over here. And we can okay, and let me drag this over here. Oh, what happened? Just a minute. So you can see over here there's a string length over here. Now we can see we have created a measure over here. The name of the measure is string length by using the find formula. Now if I drag this string length over here, we can see that the string length for each of the city name have been extracted. For Agra it is 4, for Ahmedabad it is 9, now Aurangabad it is 10. Now that we have found the string length, we will use this particular measure within this dimension. This is also one of the features of calculated column. Just like in Power BI, I can use one measure within another measure for calculating a formula. The same way we can use whatever measures that we are creating in Tableau in other dimensions also, which are user defined, obviously. So this is dimension that we have created over here. Let me click on right click on this particular dimension, click on edit. Now in place of this, so our motto is to make this formula dynamic. So in place of 4, what we can do, we can just use this particular measure that we have created. So the moment I write this measure name string length, you can see in place of 4 I have replaced it with the another measure. Now what happened if I click OK and I use this city name, I can see that I have got all the full name of the city. So let me give you once more what I have done. First, I have created a dimension. Fine. I created a dimension with a normal numeric where I've extracted the first 4 character. Now, in order to make this particular dimension dynamic, what I have done a simple thing. I have found out the length of each of the city name, and in place of the city name where I've calculated the length of the city name with this other another measure with the help of find function where I'm named this measure as a string length. What I have done, I have used this string length within this particular dimension. Now this particular left city name will return that particular city name from by its length. So for Agra, the string length will be 4 and it will return that for Agra over here. Now this particular step might look very what you call cryptic for some of the people who are not used to write in formula in Tableau. Don't worry, I have one more option for people who are actually are getting hesitate to use this kind of formula or have it difficult to remember this formula. We have one more option in Tableau which you all guys are aware of, that is point and click. Let me show you that first. So I have showed you the first way how we can use certain formulas to split this particular name, city name. Now I will use the point and click option for which Tableau is known for, right? So I can click on OK. Now suppose I want to split this particular city name. What I can do a right click on this, and once you do a right click, there's an option called transform. In this transform option, we can see there's an option called custom split. I will show you the custom split. However, you can explore the split option also. Just because I'm discussing a particular scenario which is related to custom split, I will be discussing the custom split for here. How can you do? You can right click on the city name, go to transform, click on custom split, and here we go. Now this custom split uh, option is very handy. So you have to first mention the separator over here. So what is the separator over here? The separator is this square bracket. So you can just click on square bracket, and you want what you want to split off. You want to split off all the values, means all the values from the separator. So you can click on OK. And the moment you click on OK, there are 2 more new dimensions created: city name split 1, city name split 2. Now you can use the city name split 1 over here. Now you can see, let me remove the short city over here. So you can see that one column is populated over here without the codes, and the other one has the code but with one more square bracket. Now can you just tell me how I can remove this particular bracket again with a point and click over? You can just comment on your answers over here. Just now I've showed you, right? You can also remove this square bracket from this code. How? You can also select this particular split to do a right click, go to transform, again click on split column, and this time give this one particular option, and select all, because I want all the expressions before this. So what are the expression before this particular separator is AG1, AH5. Click on OK. Now you have got two more new split option. So you can use one of the split option over here. And here I have got two columns, one with only city names and one with only the code. Now you can name this particular dimensions that you have created with this particular point and click. You can do a right click and you can just go to rename, and you can name this particular as full city name. Sorry. So I have tried to show you two options, two ways for doing this particular for these options of splitting. First, you can use a formula where I have used find and left formula, and another is point and click option that is available with Tableau. Now, what if you want to combine two dimensions? Now, suppose I want to combine the city name and the state name. How can you do that? How can you achieve that in Tableau? Once more, I will use that same option. I will select the city name, I will select the state name, right click on the city name, and I'll come over here in the create option, and there is an option called combine field. Let me show you once more. I'll select the city name, I'll select the state name, press down your control key, right click on the city name or any of the name, state, go to create option. Over here you can see a combined field option. Click on this combined field, and you can see there is a dimension created combined. You can right click on this and you can edit this particular combined field, and you can see this particular dimension contains the city name and the state name. You can name this particular combine as region. And we have also an option where you can just sort this particular data. You can just bring the city name at the first, or you can just drag the city name at the second. And we have also an option where you can just use a different separator for your own convenience. Over here by default we can see a comma over here. What I can do, I can use a different option. I have used at the rate. Click on apply, OK, and I can use this particular region in my report. In the same way, we can also combine the split cities that we have calculated from our data. So these are the certain operation at the string level that we can perform with the help of this calculated field or point and click method. The next topic that I'm going to talk about is a date calculation. Now, this is also a very interesting scenario that I'm going to discuss. I'm going to calculate the last election date for each of the state. Now, suppose let me take a new sheet. So I have showed you numerical calculation. I have showed you the string calculation. The next calculation I'm going to show you is the last election date for each of the city. Now, if I come to this data source, if I can show you the data, I can see that for each of the city or the state, there's a last election date that has been updated over here. Now let me use a date calculation to find out the when was the last election was held for each of the state. Now again I will use the same option. So I will use a calculated field over here, and let me name this calculated field as year since last election, or year from last election. And for this particular calculations, I'll be using one more formula, that is date difference. So let me write the formula first. So as I'm writing the formula, you can see that Tableau is already is showing me the required examples of the formula that are available with respect to date. So we have date, date add, date difference, date name, date parse. So date parse is an option that I have discussed in Power BI sessions, where we have parsed our date and then we have created some more information. Now over here, I want to find how many years have been passed till since the last election that was held for each of the city. So I will use the formula date difference. So what does date difference do? The difference returns the difference between two dates. Now in this case, the years since the last election will be calculated on the basis of today's date. So how we'll use that? This particular date difference formula contains certain parameters. Some are optional and some are compulsory. Now let me show you. The date difference first, I have to mention the year over here. Now this year option, because as I'm calculating year over here, I have to mention year. Now please be careful. This particular year that we are using over here, these are all case sensitive. You have to write everything in small. Okay. So as I'm calculating year, I have to define the year first, comma. Now the start date. The start date will be a over here. Can somebody can you tell me, guys, which will be the last date? The start date will be the last election date, which is already there in our dimension. So we'll use that particular. So last election date, comma. Now the end date will be today's date. So we'll use a today formula. So the scenario is we are finding the years since the last election for each of the state and for each of the cities. And for that, I'm using a formula called date difference, which will actually give me the difference in terms of years by considering the last election date and finding the difference between that date and today's date. So in this particular formula, I'm using a today function, which will return us the current date, comparing that today with the last election date, and I will click on OK, and we have got a major over here. So what I can do, I can use the city elections over here. I can use the last election that was held, and I can use the year since last election in this column. So you can see how the date difference is giving us that for Agra, it has been 4 years since the last election was held. For Bangalore, it was 4 years when the sun since the last election was held. For some of the state, it's already in 5 years. The election is already due for some of the states. Some of the states we can see the election has been overdue. The election is still not yet held. Even the 6 years has been crossed. So this is a typical example of a date calculations. where I'm using a particular date formula like date difference in order to find the information which is related to time from our data. There are a lot of other formulas in Tableau. There's a common questions that everybody asks, that apart from this formula, any other formula that I have to take care of? No. What are the formulas? The formulas that is available over here are the formulas that you have to take care of. These are the only formulas that we need to know. So I will suggest you guys just to explore this particular area over here. These formulas are normal, simple English written formulas. There's no rocket science over here. You can just go to formula over here and you can just explore it over here. Now the next formula that I'm going to talk about is a logical calculation. Now this is a very important formula. What is a logical calculations? A logical calculation is basically taken care by a if statement where we check a certain conditions and we use that conditions in our report. So that is a logical formula where we like an if else statement. It actually checks the logics, it checks the condition of certain points in your data, and will return that particular logic. For example, let me show you with this particular scenario. Now in this data we have a death rate. Let me clear this screen. Sorry. We have a death rate measure over here. Now this particular death rate actually shows you the number of death rate for each of the state. So let me show you the data source. Now number of this particular death rate shows are the number of death for each of the rate of death for each of the state. Now what if I want to create a group out of this particular death rate? Now if you can recall my last session, I told you that it is very difficult to create groups in measure. Why? Because measure contains continuous value. Now this death rate contains a continuous value. Suppose I want to create a group of this particular death rate. So this particular death rate, you can see there are a lot of values over here. Now suppose if I've created a group from 3 to 10 as a low, from anything below 15 is mid, or above 15 is high. Now tomorrow if this data get refreshed and some new value comes, that value will always be standing out of this group because this is a user defined static group, right? So we cannot create a group out of measures, as I said in my last class. So how can you create a group in measures? With the help of again a calculated field. So let me show you where I will be creating a group from this particular death rate measure. How? Again, I will go to this particular section. I will create on create calculated field, and let me give this particular name as death category. Now we'll be using a logical formula. So when I say logical formula, I mean if or case. So these are all logical formula that we use in Tableau. Now this is the first time that I'm going to create a group in a measure. Earlier I tried to create, but unfortunately measure numbers components are continuous in nature. We cannot create a group. But yes, with this particular formula, we can do that. How? I'll use a if statement over here. So I want to create three groups in the death rate, the low, mid, and the high. So I'll use an if statement. I use a if the death rate is less than equals to 10, then marked is as low. else if death rate is greater than 10 and death rate is less than equal to 15, then mark it as mid. Else mark it as high. And we can end the statement. Nothing to worry. I will explain you what I have done over here. So don't get scared by seeing all these formulas and functions. These are nothing. I have used a simple if statement. In our daily life, we always use while communicating with other people in real world also. If this doesn't happen, what happened? That will happen, right? So if is always gives us a condition. What if tomorrow it doesn't rain? So it will not affect us, right? If it doesn't rain, it's good. The temperature will be, the summer will be a bit high, the temperature will be bit high. And if it rains, it will become cool. So we have two conditions. One is high temperature and one is cool, which is controlled by if. The same thing we are doing over here. We are actually using the if for creating certain conditions. Now, the first condition is if this death rate is less than 10, then that particular state has a low death rate. Now, if that particular state death rate is more than 10, it will not satisfy the condition. It will automatically go to the next condition. This formula is designed in such a way. So the next condition is if it is more than 10 and less than 15, then it will mark that state death rate as mid. Else, that particular state will have a high death rate. Now let me implement this particular formula over here. So I click on OK, and you can see I've got a dimensions over here. Now let me bring the city name. Let me bring the death rate for those cities. And let me bring the new dimension that I've created, death rate category. Now, check the conditions. So you have got the death rate. Now, as per the formula, anything which was less than equal to 10 will be marked as low. Anything which will be more than 10 and less than 15 will be marked as mid. And anything which is more than 15 will be marked as high. So what I have done, I have used the calculated column to create some groups among my major using a if condition. I can also plot this particular information in a bar graph also instead of a text table. So what I can just select this particular death category and the number of records, and I can go to show me, create a bar graph. I can bring the death category over the color mark. I can sort this particular death category in terms of high, mid, and low. And I can just label this particular bar diagram where I can see the states, number of states or number of records, a number of cities. In terms of cities, I can check which are the cities which are there with mid death rate and high death rate and low death rate. So this was a typical example of a what I can say of a logical calculation. The next example that I'm going to show is a example of aggregate calculation. Now, What does aggregate means in real world? Aggregate means where we use, where we give many value and in return we get a single value. Let's make it very simple for you. So like sum or average, mean, max. So we are using for summing, we are using a lot of components. As a return, we are getting a single value. So that is called aggregate, right? For example, in this particular data, if I want to find the total population, suppose I want to, I have the current population, I want to find the total population. So what I can do, I can create a calculated field and I will use a sum function. Like for example, let me name this as a total population. And I will use a sum function. And I will use population current of measure over here. And I can click on OK. I've got a new measure. I can drag this measure over here. I have got the total population for India. Now, if I bring a state over here, I'll get the total population in terms of all the states. So this is a simple implementation of a aggregate formula. Excuse me, guys. Sorry. Like this, what if I want to find how many states are there in terms of, suppose, let me show you an example. Suppose I have used the city name over here. I have used the death category that I've calculated. And I want to use the death rate, which I've showed you a few minutes ago. Sorry. Now, I have got the death category in terms of cities. Now, what if I want to see this death category in terms of state? Let me bring the state over here. And let me remove the cities. Now, if you can see properly that instead of showing a single death category for each of the states, some of the states are showing two types of death category. Now, this is not a correct information, right? Some of the state like Assam, Bihar, they are showing a single death category. This is a correct information. But some states like Andhra or Jharkhand, or you can say Maharashtra, Rajasthan, these are the states which are showing us two kinds of death category. Now, in this case, we cannot define, cannot draw an insight that, okay, fine, this particular state has a low or a mid. We are not getting a correct information. So what we can do, we can use the aggregate function again over here. What we can do, we can convert the death category and use it as convert it, this particular death rate into an average death rate. You need to find the average death rate. If you find the average death rate for each of the cities and state, then in that case we can get the correct information for each of the state. How? Let me show you that. So instead of two values, I'll be getting a single value where either it will be high or low or mid for Andhra. Only single value will be there instead of showing two values. So let me convert this death category that I have calculated into a aggregate. Now, one important feature of aggregate calculation is whatever things you calculate in aggregation will always be marked under measure, because it's a calculation. So whatever calculation, like I have calculated this sum for total population, it has been marked under measure. So by default, aggregate calculations will be always be marked under measure. String calculations, you can say, yeah, they can be, they will be marked under dimensions like death category. Now, if I use this particular dimension for an aggregate category, then the scenario will be different. Let me show you how. So I have what I will do, I will click on this particular option death category in order to make the in order to find the average death category. So we'll click on edit, and over here we can see that by default this particular formula is calculating the sum of death rate for each of the values that we have in our set. What we can do, we can convert this death rate into a way where it will give us the average death rate for each of the city. So we can, what you can do, you can use simply an average formula before the death rate. So let me convert this. Okay, before that, let me create a duplicate formula for this. So you can also duplicate your dimensions in Tableau. You can right click on this, click on duplicate, and there will be one more duplicate dimensions you can create in your in Tableau. So I've created a duplicate dimension. I right click on this, click on edit, and I will convert these dimensions into a measure by using an average aggregation. So just need to calculate the average death rate for each of the case. Use an average formula again for each of the death rate expressions that you used in your this particular formula. And click on OK. Now, the moment I click on OK, you can see that it has been moved to measure. I can change the name of this particular measure as average death rate. Now, if I drag the state name over here, and if I drag the average death, sorry, and if I drag the average death rate over here, you can see for each of the state, I have got a single value. For Andhra earlier, it was high and low both. But just because we have used an aggregation, this particular information has been changed for each of the state. You can drag this state over here, and you can just create a group in terms of high, low, and mid death rate for each of the state. You can also drag the death category over the color mark to mark each of the section for different categories. So you can see how powerful is aggregation in terms of calculating certain vital information from the data. How we have used the aggregation concept in order to find the correct information, the information which was quite confusing in terms of state. Now it is giving us accurate information just because we have calculated the things in terms of average death. We have added an aggregation against that particular measure. Now, can you tell me how we can calculate the birth rate from this data? So I have calculated the death rate. We have calculated the total populations. Now, can you just tell me what you can comment how was the formula of a birth rate? So the birth rate formula in simple maths will be total birth rate by total population. Total birth by total population. So you can, it's easy for you to calculate the birth rate right now, right? So I can just calculate it. The birth rate will be sum of birth divided by sum of total population, or population current, or you can say. And you can click on OK, and you can just use this in some other table also. I can convert this birth rate into percentage. So by now you can know how to convert, how to format a measure. You can right click on this, go to format over here, right? Okay. Right click on this, go to default properties, click on number format, go to percentage, and here we go for the birth rate for each of the state. Or we can also change the aggregation, like for 2 decimal places. So it will give us the most accurate result. So what does the formula says? The birth rate. The formula says that the sum of the total birth by the total population, that is sum of the population that we have. So these are the certain implementation of aggregate function. Sum is an aggregate function, average is an aggregate function that we are using in our formula to calculate certain information. Now the next topic that I'm going to discuss is also a very important topic, that is parameters. Now what is a parameter? A parameter is a virtual filter or a user defined filter in simple language. A parameter is a virtual filter where you can just add items from the dimensions and the measures, and you can create your own filters. You can display the parameter control in the view. You can integrate the parameter, you can add actions to the parameter. How? Let me show you that. So parameter is nothing but a user defined filter. You can add items to the parameter, and you can just use that parameter as a virtual filter in your report. Instead of using the filter shelf, you can use a parameter. You can add different types of action to that parameter, and you can just use that filter. For example, I'll be using the data set for this is orders only for this particular data set. So I will be the Superstore Canada order table for this particular data set. So as I said, parameters are virtual filters where we can just add items as per our wish, and we can just use that parameter for our reporting. Now, the most important thing, before you create a parameter in your report, you have to follow 3 important steps. First, create a parameter. Second, add an action to a parameter. Third, integrate that action with your report. I repeat, create parameter, add action to your parameter, integrate that action to your report. How? Let us see. Suppose I am using a product subcategory in the row shelf, and I bought the sales over here, and I want to bring the profit over the color mark, and I want to sort this particular report with in terms of sales and profit both. For example, if I show this particular report to my end user, if you want to sort this particular report, you have to come over here in this particular option. You can see there's a symbol coming over here near sales. You have to click on this particular option and you can sort this particular report in terms of sales and profit. Now I want to give him an option where he can easily select one of the option and this report will be get sort from that. How? We will use the concept of parameter. So I want to give him an option over here somewhere in the report where he can select sales and profit from the drop down and he can just get the sorted result from there. So for that, I'll be using the concept of parameter. Now, how we can create a parameter? Either we can create a parameter from this product category. You can right click on this product category and you can just create a parameter from here. Or we can create a parameter from the same way that we have created a calculated field. Just below the calculated field, there is an option called create parameter. Click on this particular create parameter. Now the scenario is that I want my end user to sort this table in terms of sales and profit both. Now if I drag this sales option to the filter shelf and this profit, there are a lot of other items in the sales, right? So you have to select every time from those items. Instead of which I'm giving the sales and profit as a drop down filter for him. Now, the first parameter that I'm going to create is will be in terms of sales and profit. So let's name this particular parameter as select option. So now the steps of creating a parameter is create a parameter, add an action to the parameter and integrate that action to the visual. So first step, we are creating a parameter. Select option. I will choose the data type string because I'll be using sales and profit and those are all string type expressions, right? So I will do a string and I will choose a list because I'm giving a list to them. The list will be containing sales and profit both. So now it's very important that what the details that we are feeding in this particular list should be same as they are mentioned in the measure. So in the measure we can see the P of profit is in caps and sales S is caps. So we have to write as it is. So let me write this profit and sales. There's one more option that we can do. We can select it from the field also. So there's an option over here, add from field. You can go over here and you can see the data sets that we're using. So for this particular example, I'm using order. So you can select it from this particular data set also. But it has certain constraints. Sometimes it doesn't get populated, or you can you have to search it for it from over here. It's not available over here as of now. So what you can do, you can create a list that case, but you should be very careful while using the letters, the format of the particular list, because these are very case sensitive option. These are the things that you are going to use in your report. So I have created a parameter. The parameter name is select option, data type is string, current value is profit by value because you have written profit first. You can click OK. The moment I click OK, I can see there's a parameter that has been created over here, just below the set option. You can right click this parameter and you can choose to show this parameter over here. So you can see the parameter has been created in the right hand side of your screen. What you can do, you can drag this parameter and you can just bring this below the mark section also. Now if you can click on this parameter, you can see we have got two options, profit and sales. But this parameter is not integrating, not showing any effect on this particular report. Why? Because we have created a parameter. Now we have to define an action for this parameter. How to define an action? We'll define an action for this parameter, or we'll be assigning an action to this parameter through calculated columns. How? Again, go back to dimension, near dimension section, click on this downward arrow, click on calculated field, And now what you can do, you can just define a calculation for this. Let me name this uh, choose option. And for this, we are going to use one more formula, that is case. So what does case do? Case formula actually finds the first value that matches with the expression and returns the corresponding return. So over here, what we have done, we will be creating case. So over here, there are two cases. First is sales and second is profit. So we will tell Tableau that I have two options in my parameter, that is sales, and the second one is profit. Now I'm telling Tableau that if I select sales, then please sort this particular report in terms of sales. Or if I select profit, please sort this report in terms of profit. So we'll use a case, and now this case will apply on which thing will apply this case? We'll apply this case on the parameter that you have created. And what is the name of the parameter over here? That is select option. So the moment I write select, we can see the parameter name has been populated over here. Now case is applied on the parameter, and now in that parameter we have two cases. First is sales and second is profit. Now I have to tell Tableau that when I select sales, please show me please sort the report in terms of sales. Now it's very important that you understand this formula. So I'm telling that from this parameter, when the user selects sales, please use this sales measure to sort this particular report. Now if users select when users select profit, then sort the report using the profit measure. And we can end this case because we have two cases, right? It's simple formula. So we are adding an action to this formula through calculated column, where you're using this particular parameter under case function, where we are telling Tableau that I have two cases under this parameter. First the sales case, second is a profit. Now that we have added action to this particular parameter, the next step is integrating this action with the report. So let me apply this calculated, click on OK, and I have got a measure called choose option, right? Now the third protocol is to integrate this action with the report. How? We'll go this. So we are going to sort this report in terms of sales and profit. So we'll go to this product category, click on this option, and there is an option over here called sort. We'll click on this sort, and over here we'll sort by the option field, because we have created a field like. Now what is the field over here? The field is choose option, and we want to sort this particular report in descending order, and the field that we want to choose is choose option. So sort by field, because we have created a major field over here. The sort type will be descending in nature. Field name we have given. You can also change the aggregations from here. However, for this particular scenario, we'll be using a sum aggregation. You can close this, and now if I select sales, you can see the report is getting sorted in terms of sales. And if I getting profit, the report is getting sorted in terms of profit, where the dark color signifies high profit and the mid color low profit, and light colors more or less, and the red one is in less profit. Now if I give this particular report to my end user, you can see he can easily select the sales and the profit from the drop down, and he can just sort this report. He don't have to come over here. This seems to be very confusing for the user. He can sort the report with these particular options. The next parameter will be a what if parameter. What if parameter is a condition which is used for forecasting purpose. This is a very handy parameter. Now suppose you have a sale. Now let me show you. One minute, let me take a new sheet. Let me show you the order date, and let me take the sales. Now by default, we can see that the order date is having a hierarchy, correct? Now, before I discuss you the what if parameter, let me tell you something new about this date pill. If you can click on this date pill, you can see there are two types of granularity that is available over here. The first over here year, and the second the same type of expression you can see Gilo. There are two groups of granularity which looks the same. Now what is the difference between these two granularity? So this is very important before I discuss the what if parameter. Now this two particular granularity takes show you the data in terms of aggregate one and in terms of a particular month. For example, if I select quarter, this particular data will show the quarter for all the 4 years that is available in this data. So this data contains data for 4 years, right? So quarter one for all the 4 years, quarter two for all the 4 years, quarter three for all the 4 years, quarter four for all the 4 years. Now what if I select this quarter? It will show you the quarter for each of the year individually. For 2009, you can see quarter one, quarter two, quarter three, quarter four. If I show you this particular month, so this particular January contains the sales of all the 4 January for all the 4 years from this section. But from this particular granularity, if I select a month, it will show the month of each of the year starting from 2008, 9, 10. Now suppose I'm using this particular month and I want to focus the sales in terms of percentage. What if my sales increase by 5%, 10%, or you can say 15%? How can I focus the sales from here? So we can use a parameter for that again. So this time I'll be using a what if parameter. What if the sale increase by 5%? What if the sale increase by 10%? So again, I'll go over here. I'll click on create parameter, and this time I'm naming this parameter as growth rate. I'll be using a float value data type this time. I will give the current value as 1, and instead of selecting a list, I will select a range. Now when I select this particular range, this range gives me three options: the minimum range, the maximum range, and the step size. Step size is nothing but by what rate you want to increase your range. Let me show you how. I'll select this minimum and I will give it as 0. I will select this maximum, and this is let me make it as 1, because 1 itself represents 100 over here. So keep it minimum 0, maximum 1, and increase the step size by 0.5 to 0.05, which means 5%. And let me click on OK. The moment I click on OK, I have got one parameter, that is growth rate. Now, the first step I have done, and the second step is to add an action to this particular parameter. How? We'll use a calculated field to add an action to this parameter. So again, we'll go to calculated field. Just a minute. So first we have created a parameter. Now we have to add an action to that parameter. We'll go to calculated field and we'll name this option as choose growth rate. And we'll use a formula called sum. So growth rate is on, we'll be calculating the growth rate on sales plus, no, sorry, I'll use an into 1 plus, we'll use the parameter name as growth rate. Now what you will do, let me explain you this formula. Now suppose your sales is rupees 10 and my growth rate is 0.5. So 10 into 1, 10 plus 10 into 0.5 will be 0.5. So the growth rate will be 10.5. Suppose your growth rate is 0.5 and your sale is rupees 10. If you can calculate this as per the mathematical operations, a simple calculation, right? So your growth rate will be 10.5, right? So let me apply this. I click on OK and I have added an action to this parameter. The third step is to integrate this action with this report. What I will do, I will bring this I'll bring this particular measure beside this particular option. And now I guess this particular chart is familiar with you. We are getting two charts over here. Now, can you tell me how I can combine this chart? I have discussed this. You can comment your answer on the comment section. I have already discussed this type of where we can combine two charts. We will be using the concept of dual axis. So where is the dual axis I will get? I will get the dual axis always in the second pill, as I mentioned in my last class. So let me show this parameter first. I can right click on this particular parameter. I can show this parameter. I can bring this parameter over here. I can format this parameter. Let me format this parameter. Now let me use a dual axis. I've combined this chart. Now in order to dual this axis, I want to combine this particular option. Just a minute, guys. Sorry. Okay, finally. So we have to combine these two axes. You can know how to synchronize two axes because these two axes need to be synchronized in order to show the correct details. So what I will do, I will click on this particular option and I will click on synchronize axis and I will remove this particular header. Now what happened if I increase my growth rate? you can see that the chart that is showing increasing the growth rate, the increased chart in terms of sale is actually getting changed. Now there are two charts over here. One is in terms of sales and one is in terms of growth rate. Let me click change the color of this particular growth rate chart. Let me make this particular as, you can say, green. So this is the growth rate chart, right? You can see that the moment I increase the sale by 5%, the growth rate chart has changed. It at 10%, it has changed. For the end user also, if I can change the increase the sale by 10%, when the sale increased by 15%, the chart is changing. When the sale is increased by 20%, you can see the growth rate chart is increasing. So this is a typical example of a what if parameter. It's a very handy example in terms of showing forecasting your sales. So you can create parameters in your data, in your report, in order to forecast your data in where you need to focus your sales or in your profit, or where you need, where if you have a budget line over here, you can just forecast. If my budget is this year, if your next year budget is with you, you can forecast the sales. If my sales increase by 10%, how much sales I will be getting. So this was all about parameters, guys. So let's conclude the discussion over here today. I again missed my LOD discussions over here. I was planning to complete this LOD things, but however, okay, fine. We are slowly coming towards the end of this Tableau. We have some few more sessions. I'll be covering the few more topics that are left. So this was all about parameters, sets, and calculated field that I wanted to discuss today with you. Next class, I will start my discussions with LOD, and I'll be discussing the geomap features, the dashboards, and the storytelling features of Tableau. Those are the most important features in terms of Tableau. So I hope you have enjoyed your sessions, and now I am open to take questions from you. If you have any questions, you can just ask me. I will try to answer as much as possible. Jivitish, can you just unmute some of the users so that I can take questions? Sorry, I missed the time again. Jivitish, you can hear me?
Hello, Amit.
Hello.
Yeah, I'm Shrikant.
Yeah, Shrikant, tell me.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. My first question is, can we use the parameters for dimensions?
Just a minute. Yeah. Sorry, I didn't get you. Can you use?
Can we use the parameters for dimensions?
No, as of now, no.
So
You cannot
because
use.
I want to use different date fields, like we have order date, ship date, like that, right? We
Yeah.
can we use different date fields at
So
a
you have
same?
date filters for that, right? Why are you making things more complicated for you? You can use a date filter, right, for that date fields for specific
No,
date and all.
no. My question is like we have different date fields, right? Order date is separate and ship date is separate,
Mm-hmm.
like that, right? So I want to, like, if I want to filter my sales data by
Mm-hmm.
using order date and ship date,
Mm-hmm.
means in the same report.
Mm-hmm. No, because that is not possible in parameter, because order date, if you can simply select an order date, then it will be difficult for you to sort the data in terms of order date. The report will not show you the correct information. In place, if you use a filter for that, in terms of order date, in terms of months and date, that will be, I guess, more handy in terms of report insights.
Okay. So one more question is, while creating a parameter, you are creating a parameter, right?
Mhm.
Choose option like that. I've seen the label doesn't change. Like label you have created for sales, that doesn't change to profit, right?
Which level you're talking about?
Can you show me the parameter?
Yeah,
Yeah, the below sales one, like below the chart, the sales one.
this
Below
one.
the, yes, yes.
But this should not change, right? Because this actually shows the combined numbers for sales. We are actually using the sales parameter in the column shelf, right? So this is shows that particular option. The column shelf pill it is showing over here. On
Um,
this, we have applied the profit on the profit pill on the color mark.
okay, 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 fine. I understand.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hello, hello, sir.
Hey, Jitendra, tell me.
Yeah, sir, I have some question. Actually, I have one question from Power BI. Mm, when I was connecting worldometer data for Corona in Power BI, and I was trying to visualize the data through any visualizations graph like line and stack column chart or any other, it is not showing the proper figure in Power BI desktop.
Why?
I don't know, sir. That it is showing the data is means lots of data. I think only table is showing and the stack column chart is not showing properly.
What kind of chart you're using, Jitendra, over here?
Mm, line and stacked column chart.
Or which expressions in your data you're using that?
Which expression means what, sir?
What kind of measures you're using? What kind of values you're using for the combo chart? Like for sales and profit, for profit,
Yeah,
you're
yeah, yeah.
using a line
Actually, I
chart.
was doing active cases in Corona and total number of cases.
Hmm.
It is not
So
showing properly that time.
not
Actually,
showing
please.
properly or it's showing an error?
No, no, not showing properly, showing one cases, two cases like that.
Um, so you're using the yeah, the
Power
country
BI
country
desktop.
Power BI desktop. No, that's okay. So you, apart from using the actually which component you're using? You're using a country component or state component? Because the country
Actually,
components are there over there, right?
country component.
Can you just try with the sales, the actual date only component and check whether you're getting the correct thing or not? Instead
Actual
of
date.
using two measures, two values in your chart, try to use one single value and check. Because what happens, see, sometimes what happens, this particular data set which you're using may contain certain null values in terms of the geographical update that is made in the
Actually,
columns
sir,
there.
error is showing one question mark type and showing too many values.
You can just share the screenshot in the live support. I can just refer you. I can just suggest on you that. No
Okay,
issues.
sir. Okay, thank you, sir. Actually, I have one another question, sir.
Yeah, tell me.
How to connect the online data like Worldometer or any other web data through Tableau?
I'll show you that. Don't worry.
Oh,
We
sir,
have a
actually,
session on that.
yeah, actually one more question, sir. Yeah, sir, I have installed Tableau
Mhm.
and I have product key also. The product in that mail it is written that the product key is also working for Tableau Prep. And what is Tableau Prep?
Tableau
I
Prep
don't know.
is a Tableau's ETL tool. I will give a small session on that also. Don't worry. Just
Oh,
like Power Query Editor is in Power BI, Tableau Prep is a different product, which is a ETL tool for Tableau. It has been recently there from few days or few months ago. It has been in use. However, in Tableau Prep, there's they have launched it separately, where you can just do the ETL part of your data using that particular product.
okay, sir. Oh, thank you, sir.
I am Venkat here.
Hello.
Hello. Yeah, Amit, Venkat here.
Yeah, Venkat, tell me.
Yeah. One thing, the new light installed in your training room, it's awesome.
Sorry, I'm not getting it.
The new light which you have installed in your training room, it's looking so beautiful.
Oh, that's a yeah, Alexa like that changes with my voice.
Oh, that's great. Okay, coming to my question, as
Yeah.
you are suggested when we are working with the Tableau installation, so
Hmm.
after 14 days we can downgrade to the previous versions, right?
Yeah.
So, currently, if you are working with the latest version, we'll be saving some data. We'll be working on some data sets.
Hmm.
So, if we downgrade to some other version after the trial period,
Hmm.
so is there any chance to miss the, saved data, like some kind of
Yeah, that's a
pictures?
serious problem. I understood what you're asking, Venkat.
Yeah,
That's a serious
thank you.
high version Tableau files don't work in the lower version. That's why I'm telling you, just starts with 10.0. See, there are a lot of things that I need to take care of first. Whenever the new version of Tableau is coming to the market, Okay, the companies and the organizations who are using an earlier version, it's very difficult to upgrade their version to understand the new options. So that's why I always suggest my learners start with 10.0 and slowly go to the new version, because for every version there is certain new options added.
Yes, yes,
Now, it's
exactly.
not necessary that if you are working in a real world project, you will be using a new version, because that company, that organization might be working on an older version for a long period of time, and it might take some time to migrate to the new version. Correct?
Yeah, yeah.
That's why I all the best practice which I always suggest to each and every of my learner, that start with 10 version, because 10 is the maximum level of utilization version that is will found around us, and then slowly move to the latest version. So by the time you reach to 220 version, there will be 4 5 new version coming up in your way.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
in that way, the transition from in this particular learning of Tableau will be very smooth, where we'll be learning a lot of options that you might miss in the new version.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, thank you very much, Amit. It's quite a suggestible one. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm done with my question.
Yeah, thanks.
Hello, Amit.
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, actually, I have a question. Basically, I have a problem statement regarding like, say, I have two timestamp. Okay, somebody's birth timestamp and I mean, same person's date timestamp. Okay, in the two defined column, the
Mhm.
timestamp having like DDMMYYYY and the hour, minute, and second format in the general what we received in the general Excel in the format, right?
You're Kostov Datta, right?
Yes, yes, post.
Come on, tell me, Kostov. Yeah.
Yes, so say if I want to see some person's total life, okay. Say if I want to see person's total life, then the logic is as per today's class of you. Like if I want to subtract the value from the date timestamp and from the date timestamp, we subtract the value till the bonds timestamp. Okay, then I will get a entire life lifespan of that person, right?
Mortality rate.
but
Yeah.
but what if I want to want to see what the person's lifespan in terms of only in weekdays. Only in weekdays means from Monday to Friday. What are the timestamp of that particular person? Say if I want to eliminate the whatever uh, Saturday and Sunday that person live.
We were dead, and the rest of the day he'll be alive. No, I'm
No,
actually interacting that way only. For Saturday, Sunday, you don't want to show the timestamp. That is not
yes,
possible in terms of a lifespan, Kostov. See,
no, I mean,
timestamp it will be a continuous data. If a person is alive, we cannot differentiate, you cannot bifurcate his lifetime in terms of in terms of a particular day or in a particular time. I'm getting what you are trying to ask. You trying to define each and every day in terms of a lifespan, right?
lifespan, but I want to see from Monday to Friday how many days he has lived. That is the thing. Mathematically, it is possible, right?
I'm not getting any idea as of now.
Okay, I mean, I think we can wrap up this session. We
Okay,
already.
Costa, you can just write this question in detail in live support. Let me look into it. Okay, fine, guys. So let's wrap up this session. I hope you have learned something new today, and I'll be coming up with some more discussion point tomorrow. I hope I'm able to clear all the examples with simple examples, because I assume that each and every of you, some of the people who have joined this particular session has no idea about BI tools and Tableau or anything. I hope you guys have actually taken a good taken knowledge from these particular discussions. Hope to see you on Monday at the same time. Please take care of health and stay safe. Thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone, am I audible? Hello, am I audible? Okay, fine guys. So I think I'm audible to every one of you. So let's try to start. So I think in last class, so I was talking about like what is the different kind of a plot which is available, and how you will be able to utilize all of those plots, and then how you can try to build your graph based on that. And we have started looking into a matplotlib, and then we were trying to talk about like we were trying to talk about like a plotly and cufflinks. So first of all, we will try to wrap up our discussion on plotly and cufflinks, and then I will try to resume my discussions with this particular seaborn. So these are the three graphs that we were supposed to discuss, and I think we talked about a matplotlib, and this plotly is almost close to, I would say, like a matplotlib or a pandas plot that we have used. It's not like a different. So I'm going to import all of those things, whatever things is required, and as thing we have discussed about each and everything, like how you can try to install plotly. By default these things will not be available inside your system, and then cufflinks is just a package which is going to give you a flexibility to like import different kind of a configuration inside a python for a plotly library. So Plotly is like giving us a lots of feature. Recently, they have released a beautiful feature and integration with a different tools as well. So we will try to understand all of those things at a time. So here, as you can see that I'm trying to create a data frame, and then I'm trying to plot a graph, and it's very interactive. So as you can see, I'm able to get all of my graph, and I think we talked about a plotly dashboard. So if I'm going to click over here, export to a plotly, and then I will be able to perform a different kind of operations inside a plotly dashboard itself. I can try to change a data set, I can try to export, I can try to like change this one graph into some other graph. So many things is possible, many different things are possible if I'm going to use a plotly. So it's completely fine. Let's try to talk about like what in all different kind of operations I will be able to perform. So if I'm trying to plot a same graph by using a pandas library, you will be able to find out that it won't be much interactive, so it won't look good. But if I'm going to use a plotly, so yes, it is much more interactive as compared to a pandas library. That's the reason. So I think we all are using pandas, we all are inclined towards a pandas. So now let's try to understand that if this is my data frame, this is the data frame which I'm going to select. And in my data frame, so I have basically like a three column, A column, B column, and C column. Last time what I have done is, so last time I was trying to plot a graph and it was trying to give me a line graph. That is fine. Now this time, so I'm trying to call basically data frame dot iplot. So the only difference is iplot. So we were using plot basically even last time when I was trying to do a pandas plot, but it's completely fine. So here I'm trying to call data frame dot iplot as a x coordinate. So I'm trying to give a, so a is nothing but, so a, it will try to pick from the data frame itself, because I'm trying to call a data frame, I'm trying to call a whole data frame over here. So it will try to pick a from there, and then I'm talking about like y is equal to b, so it will try to take this b column automatically. And then mode. So last time I was trying to like plot a graph, but I have not given a mode, that what should be a mode at any point of time. So last time it was trying to take basically like a mode by itself. So it was trying to take a default value of a mode last time, but this time what I'm trying to do is, so I'm trying to give mode is equal to marker. And if I'm going to give mode is equal to marker, so in that case, if I'm going to use mode is equal to marker, so in that case, it will try to plot like a scatter plot kind of a things. You will be able to find out each and every coordinate. It's nothing but just a coordinate. Coordinate nothing but it's a pair. Pair of what? Pair of like a and a b column data. That's it. So it's a kind of a scatter plot which I'm trying to plot in this particular place. It's very easy. So again, just by looking into these data, so I will be able to know a trend of the data, that how my data is going to behave. Let's suppose if I wanted to control a size, so even size I will be able to control. So I have just given size is equal to 5, and in that case, so it is trying to take basically size of all of those circles or dot which has plotted is equal to 5. Simple. A smaller size, bigger size, a dot whatever dot I wanted to print, whatever kind of a size of a dot I wanted to print, I will be able to do that. That's very easy. So it's very easy. Just give your coordinate or just give your columns, and then you will be able to plot it. Now, on top of that, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to load some data. It's the same data that we have loaded even in our last section. So I'm trying to load this data. So I'm trying to load a tightening data from a Seaborn library, or else these are the open source data. So it's completely fine. You can go to Google and then you can try to download a CSV file, and you will be able to perform a similar kind of a operation. So I'm trying to call sns.load underscore dataset. I'm trying to load a tightening dataset over here. And then after loading this data, so I'm just trying to perform some kind of a plotting operation. So let's try to understand that what kind of a plotting operation which I'm trying to perform. So here, simple, this is my tightening data set. I think we all are aware about this particular data set, which is an open source. Now I'm trying to call my tightening data frame dot iplot, and then kind is equal to bar. So this time I wanted to plot a bar graph. So last time I was trying to plot a scatter plot. Last time I was trying to plot a line graph, and this time so I wanted to plot a bar chart. It's completely fine. And if I'm looking for a bar chart, so basically I wanted to print maybe a categorical data versus maybe a categorical data versus maybe a numerical data. So let's try to understand what kind of a x-axis value and y-axis value I'm going to consider. So x-axis value wise, so I'm trying to take a sex column, which is nothing but male and female, and y wise, I don't have anything except a survived. So you will be able to find out that we have a sex column, which is a male and female, and we have a survived, that 0, 1, or whatever, basically survived or no survived. So in this case, what you will be able to find out is that the total number of a male. So it is trying to show me a male over here on an x-axis, and then on a y-axis, it is trying to tell me that how many male has survived actually. And here you will be able to find out that how many female has survived. So if you will try to compare the y-axis, you will be able to find out that male number of male who has survived is around 110 or 100 plus. But at the same point of time, so if I'll try to check that how many female have survived, so female number of female who has survived is equal to more than 200 or 250 approx. So this is the number of the male and female. Plus, if I wanted to give a title of my graph, so title is nothing but so name of the graph. If I wanted to give, I will be able to give a name. So this is a name which I'm trying to give over here. Plus, if I wanted to give my x-axis title, and if I wanted to give my y-axis title, which could be anything, it's just a name, so it's just a string. So as a string, you can try to mention anything, no one is going to stop you. So you can try to give like a x-axis title, you can try to give y-axis title, and you can give a graph title. Everything is possible, anything is possible in this particular situation. Now, the next graph which I'm going to talk about is this one. So now let's try to understand. Suppose if I wanted to select, like if I'm trying to select basically a tightening sex column. Now I'm trying to perform value underscore count. So value underscore count is going to give you basically like a group by count operation. So group by means, so whatever categorical data that we have. So let's suppose inside the sex column, so we have two categories. So one is a male and another one is a female. So what will happen over here? So basically it will try to perform a grouping operation internally. So it will try to perform basically a grouping operation. So it has grouped my data into male and female, and then count will try to give you a count for a particular group. So in a male group, how many data we have, and inside a female group, so how many data we have. So it is trying to tell me. It's very clear over here. So either you can try to call value underscore count, or maybe you can try to call a group by count operation. Both is going to give you a similar kind of a result. Even value underscore count, try to perform a group and then count it, or else separately you can try to call a group by operation, and then on top of that you can try to perform a count operation, and it will be completely fine. So here I'm trying to perform value underscore count, and it is completely fine. Here what I'm trying to do is, so there are a different kind of a theme which is available. Theme is nothing but background basically. So suppose if I'm looking for a white background, maybe a pearl background, maybe a polar background, so whatever kind of a background which I'm looking for, so I will be able to set all of those background by using a configuration. Now, so CF or cufflinks is nothing but, so it is trying to represent basically a configuration. So here I'm trying to like call cf.get theme. So it is going to tell me that, okay, so as of now I have these many background which is available. Let's suppose I wanted to use a solar background. Let's suppose I wanted to make a solar background. Now, if I'm going to execute it, you will be able to see that my background has changed. Now it became a black, basically. So it will try to change, or it will try to make these changes all across the session. So going forward, whatever graph I'm going to plot, so this will be a background unless and until I'm not going to change it. So config or cufflinks is nothing but it's a configuration library for a plotly. So any kind of a configuration if you wanted to perform, so you can try to perform all sort of a configuration just by using these particular theme. And then on top of that, so I'm trying to call data frame.iplot kind is equal to bar, and bar mode is equal to stack, bar graph is equal to 0.5. So if I'm going to do that, data frame.iplot, as we know that in my data frame I have three columns: column A, column B, and column C. So here, or let me try to show you my data frame. So this is my data frame: column A, column B, column C. If I'm going to call data frame.iplot, and then on top of that, so if I'm going to give kind is equal to bar, so it's completely fine. It will try to basically like plot a bar basically based on like a entire data set in a x-axis. So it is going to take a indexes. In a y-axis it is going to take a respective values, as simple as that. And if I have given, suppose if I'm going to remove it, bar mode is equal to stack, so I will try to remove it. I'll try to simply remove this particular one. So in that case you will be able to find an overlap, means from a bottom till top it will try to show you this graph. But if I'm going to give a stack, so in that case it will try to stack one on top of other. It will not try to overlap it, so it will try to stack it basically. So there is a difference between stacking and overlapping. So it will always try to stack it, and then it will try to show you the graph. That's the only differences that you will be able to observe even in this particular case. That's fine. Now the next thing what we are going to do is, so here we are going to set basically bar graph is equal to 0.5. So it's nothing but I'm trying to set the I'm trying to set a width of the line which it is going to print. So if I'm going to give maybe 0.1, so in that case you all will be able to observe changes. So it's been used just for the beautification. So it doesn't matter what kind of a graph that you're looking for, so you will be able to do it. You will be able to plot it very easily. Now again, next thing that we are going to do is I'm trying to plot a similar kind of a graph, but this time, so instead of doing a bar, so I'm trying to do bar H. So it's nothing but it's a bar horizontal graph that I'm trying to plot. So in almost every kind of a graph, you will be able to find out a bar horizontal as well as a bar. So like a simple bar is nothing but it's for the normal vertical graph. And if I'm going to use bar horizontal, so in that case it is going to flip a graph and then it is going to show me a result. So as simple as that, as you can see in my screen. Now the another thing that we are going to perform is a box plot. Box plot is one of the important plot, and most of the time it is going to give you a different kind of a help to understand a data set or to understand an outliers. So here you all are able to understand that, okay, so I have a data frame. In my data frame I have a column A, column B, and column C. So these are the three columns that we have inside our data frame. Now what we are trying to do is, so we are trying to perform a box plot operation. So let's try to understand what is a box plot. And I think people who have already attended a Tableau classes, so they might be aware about this particular box plot, because a meaning of a box plot is not going to change at all. Now here, if I'll try to hover my mouse, you will be able to find out that this is a box plot that I'm able to get. So this is nothing but it's a box plot which I'm able to get over here. And then here, so box plot is trying to give you, the lower one is going to give you a minimum, and then it is going to give you a value into a quartile 1, and then it is going to give you a median, and then quartile 3, and then it is going to give you a value in a maximum. So now let's try to understand that. So now here, okay, so here you will be able to find out that inside this box plot, right? So there is a value in every graph you will be able to find out in some sequence. So what is the sequence that it is trying to follow all the time? So let's try to understand it. So let's try to understand the sequence of the box plot one by one, so that you will be able to use this box plot each and every time whenever you want. So here what it does is, so it will always try to show you, so here in this particular area it will always try to show you some minimum value. Now here in our second one, this is nothing but it's a q1, you can say quartile we used to say, so it's a quartile one. And then here, so it try to show you a median, and then here, so it try to show you basically a quartile 3 value. And here, so it is going to show you basically like a maximum. Now, so this box plot is been used, I would say this box plot is been used to find out outliers inside a columns or different kind of a data set. How? Let's try to understand it. So what happens is, so it will always try to divide a data into different ranges. Now, what is a ranges that it try to decide? Now, so let's suppose if I have given you a data, so let's suppose I have a data set, maybe 1, 2, 5, 8, 1, 9, and 10. Now, what I will do is, or what this box plot will try to do is, so it will try to first of all arrange a data into a ascending order. So it will try to arrange data in this way. So 1, 1, I have 1 twice, and then 2, and then 5, and then 8, and then 9, and 10. Now, so once, let's suppose if I have arranged a data, now after arranging a data, so what is a minimum value? So minimum value is 1. I'm just trying to represent these things in terms of my data set, the dummy data set, which I have written over here. So minimum value is 1. The maximum value is equal to 10. And then in a quartile 1, so in a quartile 1, so it always try to take a 25th percentile of the data. So 25th percentile of the data. And what is the meaning of a 25th percentile of the data? So how many data set we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now, so 7 data set we have. If I wanted to find out a 25th percentile of the data set, so in that way, it will be somewhere around 1.7 or 1.75. So maybe I can try to understand that this 25th percentile data, basically I have taken a very small data set, that's the reason. So you will face some kind of a problem. But if I have a sufficient amount of a data, so in that case, you will be able to find out that 20, suppose if I have a 10 data, so 25th percentile data is nothing but the data which is available at 2.5th location, which doesn't exist. So for sure, second or third, you could consider. Suppose if I have 100 data sets, so in that case 25th percentile data is nothing but, so after arrangement, 25th data after arrangement means after arranging a data into a sequence, into a ascending order, so you will be able to find out 25th data, 25th basically 25th data is nothing but it's a 25th percentile data, then 50th percentile data, then 75th percentile data. So the data which is available at the 75th percentile of our indexes, so that is called as 75th. So just try to mark my word, it's a not a 75%, basically it's a 75th percentile, fifth, basically 75th. So just try to focus on my word over here. So it's nothing but it will try to print like a 25th percentile of the data. And then here, so it will try to give you the median. So if I'll try to talk about 25th percentile, in my case, it will be this one. So it can be 1, and then median is nothing but a middle data. So middle data is 5 as of now, it's completely fine. And then quartile 3 is nothing but, so it represents basically 75th percentile of the data. So maybe I can consider 8 or 9 over here. I have very small data set, and then maximum is equal to 10. So this is how it is going to divide a data basically in case of a box plot. So it try to divide a maximum, then Q1, median, Q3, and then maximum. This is what happens. Now, so whatever value, what is a minimum value it try to take? So like I told you that it can be used to find out an outliers. So let's suppose I have a data, I have given you a data. So 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 18, 70, 100 and 101. Suppose if I have given you this data, suppose if I have given you this data set. Now, so if I have given you this data set, so for sure 100 and 101 is an outlier. So this data set is too high as compared to this data. This data set is showing me some kind of a regular tendency, but again this data set 100 and 101 is very high. So these are basically outliers. Or maybe like I'm trying to consider this data, so 100, 101, 99 maybe, and 102, 115 or something like that. So I have like all sort of a data over here in the range of 100, but these two data set is again an outlier. So this is a low outliers. These are the things that we used to study in our statistics class in general. So these are basically a low outlier. So this is not the only method by which we can find out what is the outliers and how we can resolve it. There are many ways into a statistics you will be able to find out by using a normalization or by using many other technique. So here, just with the help of box plot, if I have to find out the outlier, so how box plot will be able to find out these outliers. So basically what happens is, like I told you in Q1, so it tried to mention a 25th percentile of the data, and here into a Q3 it tried to take a 75th percentile based on the indexes. Now, so whatever data it will try to consider as a minimum. So minimum is nothing but, so it will be Q1 minus 1.5 times a interquartile range. This is the kind of a calculation it try to do to perform a minimum operation. So this is a kind of a operation which it will be able to perform to find out like this is the kind of operation I would say it will be able to perform to find out minimum of the data. So it's not like all the time, so it is going to take a minimum all the time, it is going to take a minimum as a low value. No, whatever minimum it is going to consider, so that minimum will always be, so whatever minimum I am going to consider, so this minimum will always be calculated based on the Q1 data. Q1 is nothing but this 25th percentile data minus 1.5 into a quartile range. As simple as that. So based on this only, it will be able to perform these kind of a calculation. So it will be like so whenever, so so basically this is nothing, so 1.5 times then a quartile range. This is what it try to consider at any point of a time in this particular way. Now whenever it is going to calculate a maximum, whenever it is going to calculate a maximum, so it will always try to calculate a maximum which will be nothing but, so it will always try to calculate a maximum which will be nothing but, so Q3 plus, so this is nothing but it's a 75% percentile, it's a Q3. So it will be Q3, so it will be nothing but a Q3 plus this Q3 plus 1.5 times then a quartile range. Sometime it will be denoted as an interquartile range as well. So IQR basically. So it will be like a 1 point, so Q3 plus 1.5 times then quartile range. This is how a maximum has been decided. Whatever data which is greater than this value will be called as a high outliers. Whatever data which is lesser than this value is called as a low outliers at any point of a time. So this is how this entire box plot is been done, and this is how it will try to perform all sort of a calculation in terms of a box plot, and this is how it will be able to find out. So this is how it will be able to find out, I would say, like a minimum value and a maximum value. Now you can ask me a question that what is this QR or what is this IQR? So QR or IQR is nothing but this range is called as a IQR or QR. This is called as a interquartile range. Let's suppose for some data set, a distance between this 25th percentile and 75th percentile is 5. So this is called as a quartile range. It will vary for sure based on the data set. That is completely fine. So it will try to vary. Let's try to understand it. Now here what I will do is, so I will try to discuss, I will try to talk about these things with respect to these data. Let's suppose I have basically like a column A. So it's completely fine. Now if I'm going to hover my mouse, so I will be able to find out that my 25th percentile data is basically 18 over here, and my like 75th percentile data, which is nothing but my 75th percentile data is nothing but I would say 24. So my Q1 is 18. I'm just trying to take a lump sum value. So my Q1 is 18. So this is nothing but 18, and this is nothing but 24. Now what is a quartile range? So IQR is nothing but in this case is equal to 6, the distance. I'm just talking about a distance in between this one. So what is a minimum value it is supposed to take? So minimum value will be either a minimum value which is available inside a data, or else max to max minimum value wise it can try to consider which data set. So again, whatever formula which I have given you in the very beginning, so it will try to consider things based on that. So the formula said that this minimum value is nothing but q1 is nothing but 18 minus 1.5 times then a quartile range. So it will be nothing but 18, I would say, minus 1.5 into 6. So whatever calculation it is going to give you, 18 minus 1.5 times then 6. Now what is the value? So what is the value that I will be having? So 1.5 into 6 is nothing but 9. So it's completely fine. 18 minus 9 is equal to 9. So it is supposed to plot a 9 in this particular place. That is completely fine. And then this upper value will be nothing but, so 24 plus, I can say 24 plus 1.5 times then quartile range. So it will be nothing but 24 plus 9. So 24 plus 9 will be equal to 33. So this is a maximum value I will be able to accommodate, and this is the minimum value which I will be able to accommodate over here. Now if you will try to look into the actual value, so actual value wise, max to max it will be able to represent a 30. So it's completely fine. So I'm getting a 33, and a minimum value should be equal to 9. So as of now this is the 15 is the only minimum value which is available over here. So in a later stage I'll show you, that it will try to give me an outliers by plotting a dotted line. So but yes, internally this is how system try to decide that how data will be having an outliers. So anything beyond this range will be an outliers, and anything below this range will be a outlier. So there could be a high outliers and there could be a low outliers, but this is how calculation happens all the time. So this is how it is like going to perform all sort of operations, and then finally it is going to give you a data set. So it's very simple. It's not a big deal at all. It's very simple graph which has been used to find out, I would say, like it will be used to find out, I can say, like distance or the like outliers, or it can be used to find out a minimum, maximum, or maybe a median, or maybe a quartile range 1 value, quartile range 2 value, quartile range 3 value. So this is how it happens all the time. Now, so I will be talking about the same kind of a graph even in my Seaborn. So in my Seaborn, I have used many different kind of a graph, just like a histogram. And I'm going to show you that it has calculated, or it is able to show me some kind of a outlier. So this is again a similar kind of a graph I'm talking about. So high outliers and low outliers examples I have given you over here, even in this particular case, by using a similar kind of a graph. So fine guys, next thing which I will be talking about is this is nothing but this is called as a area plot. So it's completely fine. It is going to like just like a line plot. So I'm just trying to call my data frame, and it is trying to give me like a lines, and then If it's going to show me an area, it will be able to show me some kind of a stated line over here, nothing else. Here is a data frame which I'm going to create now. So this is a data frame which I have created, as you can see. So in my data frame, so I have a column X, column Y, and column Z. Now what I'm trying to do is, so I'm trying to perform a data frame dot iplot, and this time, so I'm not looking for basically like a line graph or maybe a bar plot or maybe a histogram or maybe a pie plot. So basically I'm looking for some kind of a surface. So now how I will be able to like a surface means basically a 3D plane I'm looking for in general. So how I will be able to plot this 3D graph over here? So I can try to call data frame.iplot kind is equal to surface. And then in this case, it will be able to plot basically a 3D object graph. So here I'm trying to take like a x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis for sure, because I'm talking about a 3D graph. So it will try to plot a point over here. So it will try to plot a point over here. And then based on the point, so it is going to decide that, okay, fine. So what is the value of X? What is the value of Y? And then automatically it will try to give you this particular surface kind of a graph. So you can try to hover your mouse anywhere, and then you will be able to find out a value of X, Y, and Z at any point of a time. So this is nothing but a 3D graph, and whenever you are going to plot a 3D graph, so for sure, unless and until you don't have idea about x-axis, y-axis, and z-axis, you won't be able to plot a graph. That's the reason. So I have given basically like X, Y, Z. This is nothing but this is just for the beautification. So I'm trying to give a color scale. So color scale means just try to take this kind of a color scale and then try to give me the surface based on these color scale. This is what I'm trying to say in this case. That's it. So it's completely fine. This is the surface plot which I'm trying to do, nothing else. Now the next thing which I will be doing is again a 3D kind of a graph. So here you will be able to find out that I'm trying to generate a data. So there is a method, there is a function which is available inside cufflinks, I would say, which is nothing but a configuration file for a plotly, by which you will be able to generate any kind of a data. See, like basically it will be able to plot, or you will be able to print any kind of a graph. That won't be an issue. The only thing is like whatever data pattern your graph is, whatever data pattern like you have inside your column label or inside your like a row label data. So similar kind of a data pattern it will be able to show you. Simple. So if my data set is showing a surface kind of a things, it will try to show a surface. If it is trying to showcase maybe a sine wave or maybe a cosine wave or maybe a kind of a parabola, hyperbola, or some kind of a circular shape, it will try to show it. That's it. This is what happens in case of a graph. So graph is nothing but it just try to connect a point. So it's not like I can try to use this data, or maybe I can try to use my own data set. And even so, in case of my own data set, so whatever pattern my data set is going to showcase, the graph will be able to show a similar kind of a pattern. It's a very basic thing, I would say. So let's try to understand. So here I'm trying to call couplings.data generate and sine wave, and I'm trying to generate basically data. I'm trying to generate a data for the sine wave over here. And then when I'm trying to call iplot is equal to surface. Even last time I was trying to do a surface plot. It's completely fine. Even this time I'm trying to perform a surface plot. There is no differences. So I'm just trying to plot a surface plot. Surface plot will always look for the 3D data set, because it always try to take X coordinate, Y coordinate, as well as Z coordinate. So it's completely fine based on this X coordinate, Y coordinate, and Z coordinate. So it will be able to give me like it will be able to give me a final graph. This is what happens. So now let's suppose if I'm going to save this data, X is equal to this one, and then if I'm going to show, because every time it will try to generate this random data, and let's suppose if I'm going to call, maybe X, you will be able to understand it in a better way. So this is the graph that I have. This is completely fine. You will be able to find out that this is like a one data. This is one data. And then on top of that, we are able to get this data. So basically, in this case, what will happen is it will try to consider X axis and then Y axis and then Z axis. This is how it is going to consider. So somewhere you will be able to find out this. So you are able to get actually like a three number. So x is equal to 7.65, y is equal to 6.25, or maybe I can try to look for 10 and 10. So let me see. So where I will be able to get like a 10 of 10. It's a bit difficult, guys, to find out, but yeah, I can try for that maybe. So x is equal to 9.5, y is equal to 9.5. So x is equal to 9.5 you are able to get, and y is equal to 9.5 you are able to get. Let me get closer to this. 9.5, again I lost my point. So here you are able to find out x is equal to 9.5, y is equal to 9.25. You are able to get z value is equal to 0.09, somewhat like that. Now, if you will look into our data, so x is equal to 9.5 over here, y is equal to 9.25 over here. Almost a data you will be able to get closer to this one, or maybe closer to this one. So this is the data which has been represented on a z coordinate. So x coordinate, y coordinate, and a z coordinate. And this is how it is going to represent a data in case of this kind of a matrices if you are going to consider. So x, y, and z, automatically it will be able to understand, it will be able to consider just from this data set. And then whatever tendency, whatever pattern your data set is going to show, so it is going to just create a coordinates, and then it try to join it. It try to join that as a surface. You must have seen a line graph. So in case of a line graph also, it was trying to take just a coordinate, so x-axis and y-axis, but it was trying to join the coordinate in the similar way. So here you will be able to get like a x, y, and z value. It will try to join it, and then it will try to form a surface. And whatever kind of a surface your data set is going to showcase, you will be able to get a similar kind of a like a plane. Now here again, so I'm trying to call this particular operation. So this particular operation is nothing but, so it is trying to generate some coordinates, some three coordinate. It is going to generate x coordinate, y coordinate, and a z coordinate. It is going to generate for me. And then I'm trying to call iplot, and kind is equal to scatter 3D. So here what I'm trying to do is, so I'm trying to call kind is equal to scatter 3D. X is equal to x, y is equal to y, z is equal to z. So this is a method, this is the function which I'm trying to use just to generate a data. Now it is not mandatory at all to use this function. You can try to use any data frame which is having a three column, or like which is having like a three different kind of a data set, and you wanted to consider those data set as a different axis. So you can try to use all of those things, and even in that case you will be able to get the similar result. You will be able to get a similar kind of a scatterness of the data set. There won't be any if and but. So here I'm trying to perform this scatter plot 3D, and I will be able to get a data easily in this particular case. As you can see, x is equal to this, y is equal to this, z is equal to this one. So if I'll try to show you this data, so this is how this data set actually looks like. So this is how this data set is actually looks like. So x, y, and z value, it's nothing but it's kind of a data frame that you are able to generate. Let's try to do one thing. So I wanted to see that the data frame which I have generated over here, so basically in this data frame 3, so what is a kind of a like a bubble graph, or what is a scatter 3D kind of a graph I will be able to get. So what I will do is, I will not take a data set which has been generated by a system. I will try to take my own data frame. So this is the data frame, and inside this data frame I have a capital X, capital Y, capital Z as a column. So I will try to call, let's remove this part, and I will try to call df3 basically. So df3, this is the data frame name that I have, and then capital X, and just try to change this column name, nothing else. Otherwise other things is completely okay, my bad. So x, y, and z, z is this. Okay, so here you will be able to find out that this is the data which it is trying to represent. It's very simple, right? So it's very simple. I just had a few points inside my data, and you will be able to find out these things very easily. Now what is the meaning of this? See, it is giving you x is equal to 20, y is equal to 20, and z is equal to 20. right? And then it is going to give you 3. Now 3 is nothing but it's an index, and then x value, y value, and z value. So this is the point which is trying to represent basically this third indexes. This is something which it is trying to represent. Now you will be able to get a very clear visualization over here. A very clear visualization you will be able to get in this particular place. So you will be able to see, and you will be able to find out that yes, this is the coordinate which it is trying to represent. Now x is equal to 30, y is equal to 30, and z is equal to 30 on index 2. So yes, it's completely fine. X is equal to 30, y is equal to 30, z is equal to 30. Now so again, if I'm going to change, let me change some value. So maybe I can try to change this things to 5, or maybe this things to 45. Just some random value I'm going to change. I don't know what kind of a value I'm going to select, so that you will be able to visualize a data. Let's suppose I'm going to take these things as a 12. So this is the data frame. Now if I'm going to plot it, not an issue, I will be able to plot all of those points. So 20, 45, 20. So this is the something which is available into third coordinate. Yes, I'm able to get it. Now here, so 10, 10, 10, it's available into a fourth coordinate. Yes, I'm able to get it. 25, 50. So 25, 50 is available on an index 1. So yes, it is completely fine. Now 30, 30, 12. So 30, 30, 12 is available on index 2. Yes, it's completely fine. I'm able to get it. So it's very intuitive, it's very easy, and it's not like you are supposed to use my data set. So whenever you are going to plot your graph, just use your data set. So the way I have used my own data set right over here, in the similar way, you just need 3 axes. That's it. You just need 3 columns. You can try to map it with anything, and then you will be able to find out a relationship between the data set. It's very easy. So just the way I have used my own data frame, you can use your own data frame. It's completely fine, I would say. Let's try to understand that if I'm going to keep this one is equal to surface, so whether it is going to work or not. So let's suppose if I'm going to call df3 over here, so let's try to understand that whether it is going to plot something or not. So yes, it is able to plot last time. So whatever data which I have taken, so that data was trying to show me a sinusoidal wave, and that's the reason. So I was able to get basically a sinusoidal wave. But this time what happened is, so this is my actual data. See, this is my actual data. Surface means what? So it will try to create a surface. It will try to create a plane in between these coordinates. Simple. So it is trying to create a plane. It is trying to create a plane into a 3D axis, in between. Just a plane it is trying to create in between two coordinates. As simple as that. So whatever plane your data set is going to showcase, you will be able to get the same plane. I have generated a sinusoidal wave. So that's the reason. So I was able to get that one. But this time I have taken my own data, and yes, in this case I am able to find out that this data set is showing me a different kind of a tendency. This one Z550 and then 3Y45. It's completely fine. I'm able to get a different plane over here, and then based on the plane, so I'm able to set my data set. So it's not an issue. You can try to take any data set, just the way I have taken my own data set, and then you can try to plot maybe a surface plot, and then you may try to plot maybe a scatter 3D plot. Everything is going to be same. Everything is going to be fine, and everything is going to be same. No need to worry about what kind of a graph I will be able to get. So whatever tendency your data set is showing, yes, you will be able to get that as a graph. As simple as that. Nothing fancy. So if I wanted to give maybe like a df over here, so if you remember, I have generated a df graph. So if I'm going to give a df, so this is the kind of a plane my df is going to showcase. It's completely fine, not an issue. So this was a df. This is the data set which I had. So like a B and C column. And if I'm going to call my df over here, so this is a kind of a surface which I'm able to get. So you will be able to look into the surface graph, and you will be able to find out that whether my data set is behaving smooth, or maybe this data set is going to show me some kind of a arbitrary shape. So just by looking into the surface graph, you will be able to do this kind of a observation, and this has been used for many other purposes as well. So you're not supposed to do anything. The graph will do each and everything for you. Just supposed to pass your data set. Maybe here also I can try to pass my df, and df wise, so I have basically like a column A, column B, and column C. So I'm just supposed to change my coordinates accordingly, and it is going to work fine for me. So I can try to give maybe a, maybe I can try to give b, and maybe I can try to give c. And here is a plot. So whatever data I had inside my different coordinates, I'm able to just get it. On top of that, if you're looking for a beautification, so just look into other kind of a parameters which is available. You will be able to do a beautification as well, like a big bubble, small bubbles, color if you wanted to change, dimension you wanted to change, you want to flip something. Everything is available in terms of a parameter. But if I'll talk about like getting a statistics or getting some idea about a data, so yes, I will be able to get those idea about a data set very easily in this particular case. So this is how easy it is if we are talking about basically a scatter plot, or if we are talking about basically a plotly. Now, so the next thing which I will be talking about is like I'm trying to call a data frame A and B, and then I'm trying to like perform I plot kind is equal to a spread. So it's nothing but it is going to give me like A and B, and then in a below tab it is going to give me a spread. A spread means like how my data set is spreaded across a coordinate. So how my data set is spreaded across the coordinate. That's it. Again, this is not much useful graph, but here this is the kind of a graph which is available, which I'm trying to show you. Now the next thing is, so I wanted to plot a histogram. So it's completely fine. I think we all are aware about histogram. We have discussed a lot about histogram in our previous lecture. And histogram is nothing but, so in your x-axis it is going to give you a range. So in your x-axis it is trying to give you a range, and in a y-axis so it will try to give you a count basically. So what is a number of the element which is available in between these two, this range? So that is been represented in a y-axis, and it's a useful graph, I would say. So it's always a useful graph. So group by count kind of operation in between a range, if you are going to apply, you will be able to get this value. Same value is been given by your histogram. So it's very much useful, and everywhere you will be able to find out this histogram. So I'm just trying to plot a histogram over here, nothing else. This is like a big bubble, so I'm trying to generate like some kind of a data, as you can see over here. And then like I'm trying to keep size is equal to size of the column. So if you will try to look into this data, so you will be able to find out like my bad. So you will be able to find out size. Now size as a variable of the column, if I wanted to give, so yes, I will be able to give size as a variable of a column, and this is something that I will be able to figure out. This is something which I will be able to find out very easily. Now the next thing which I wanted to perform is called as a heat map. So heat map is nothing but, so again similar thing, x coordinate, y coordinate, z coordinate, but into a 3D axis. Simple. So into a like a, it will try to take this one. It will, so if you remember in our like in our pandas plot or in our matplotlib, so we were talking about c, and c was nothing but it was another axis. Along with that, we were trying to vary the colors, if you remember. So we have talked about these things in our previous class itself. So if you remember that, so heat map is exactly a similar kind of a graph. So it will try to give you like a different kind of a color based on this third axis. So the third axis that you are going to opt for, it's a very simple. So color scale is equal to this one, then title is equal to this, and then kind is equal to heat map. So automatically it will try to take a third axis which has been responsible for a different kind of a color, and based on that it is going to plot a heat map. So it's very easy, and this is how I will be able to plot a graph with the help of heat map, I would say. So so heat map I will be able to plot in this particular place. So there are likewise, there are many more graphs which is possible. There are many more hundreds of graph which is available inside a plotly. And yes, I will accept that plotly is one of the like a graph, I would say, which provides you almost every kind of flexibility. And nowadays recently they have mentioned many beautiful features. So we are recording lots of videos as well on this plotly, and with all the advanced feature like integration with many different kind of tools, or I would say like a dashboards. And soon maybe we'll make these things open source, like available to each and every one of you. Apart from that, so we are we are preparing some of the recordings, so which will be responsible. Okay, so which in which you will be able to create even a lostness of automated graph. It will be able to give you lostness of automated insights. So we are going to talk about those things maybe in our upcoming session. So maybe in our YouTube live videos. So we will be talking about those things. We are like we have a plan for those particular things. Now, so let's try to understand. Now let's try to understand what is Seaborn. So Seaborn is again yet another library by which you will be able to plot a graph. So if you will ask me for my advice that which library, which package I'm supposed to use. So yes, 5 year back I would have advised you that go ahead with Matplotlib or Seaborn. But now I will advise you to go ahead, I would say. So to go ahead with this kind of a graph, which you can plot with the help of a Plotly, or maybe you can try to go ahead with something called as a dash, dash dash. So if I'll go to Google and if I'm going to search a dash, basically dash tutorial, maybe Python. So this is what you will be able to get. So again, so here inside a dash, so they have, it's almost like a close to a Plotly you will be able to get. So dash is again another library which is available, by which you will be able to plot maybe an interactive graph. So if I can show you, maybe you can try to like go to the dash. And what these people have done is, so again they have integrated with the Plotly. So whatever you will be able to get inside a Plotly, so each and everything you will be able to get even over here. So just try to follow a official documentation whenever you are going to use this dash, or you are going to like plot a graph based on the dash. It's actually very easy. So even we have been using this dash for a graph plot, and again it's very easy to like host, basically I would say. So it's very easy to host this entire like a graph somewhere into a real time. So if you are in an interactive way, so if you are using dash. So I think you must have seen that people are basically like you must have seen that people are using this COVID-19. If I'll search COVID-19 India, COVID-19 India, so you will be able to get this Corona India, this one, not this one, yeah, this one. So you will be able to find out this portal, right, from the Indian government. So if you will be able to find out this portal, and even code is been open sourced over here, and for everything the entire code they have open sourced recently. So you will be able to like download a graph, like you will be able to download this entire code, and then you will be able to execute it. If you will start looking into their implementation, you will be able to find out that they're using nothing but a dash actually, and which is like a Plotly, they which try to use a Plotly internally, I would say. So whatever graph, this kind of a graph that they have plotted and the logic that they have written over here, so it's actually based on the dash. So that's the reason. So I was like advising you, and yes, it's actually very interactive. You will not be able to achieve these things honestly with the help of Matplotlib and a Seaborn. Seaborn and Matplotlib, yes, they provides all the feature, but again when it comes to a interactiveness, no, they don't have those interactiveness. And again, whatever a graph you will be able to plot with the help of a Plotly or dash, or maybe a D3JS, or maybe a bokeh, so you will be able to plot each and everything even with the Seaborn and Matplotlib. So again, it will always be your choice that whether you wanted to plot an interactive graph, or whether you wanted to plot some kind of a like a some kind of a static graph basically, and depends upon that you will be able to decide. So no one is going to force you, no one is going to tell you that use this, use that. So it will always be your choice. There are another 100 libraries are also available. It's not like dash is the final library, or Plotly is the final library, or maybe a bokeh is a final one, or D3JS is a final one. No, just like a Matplotlib, Seabot, bokeh, dash, Plotly, cufflinks. So there are many more graph library which is available everywhere. You will be able to find out a similar kind of a function. It's not like functionality wise they're giving something different. No, the only way is easy to use. easy to use, and a kind of a interactiveness, the way you will be able to host it over some server or maybe into some mobile application, and the way you will be able to interact with the different kind of servers or the databases. So in this way they have made your life easier. So some of them are making your life easier, some of them is going to make your life difficult. That's it. That's the only differences you will be able to find out. And finally, interactiveness you will be able to find out. So recent days, in a recent days, you will be able to find out that Plotly is getting lots of popularity. That's the reason even I ask people to go ahead with the Plotly. And again, it's very easy, even code wise. Code wise, you will not find much pain at all. You must have seen that. And again, it's almost a similar kind of things, similar kind of operations we are trying to perform that we have already performed inside a matplotlib. So I'm just leaving this up to you. That's the reason. So I'm discussing a multiple libraries, multiple graphs, I would say, so that it will be your choice. Finally, what you wanted to use, what you don't want to use, I will leave up to you. But again, I'm giving you this real-time example as well. So this is like a portal which people have created, and this is an Indian government portal, and which has been created based on the DAS. You will be able to find out if you will start looking into their entire source code. So graph wise, they are using a DAS itself. So fine, guys, this is what I just wanted to give you, like a uses of a graph, and what graph they are using, and DAS is also using internally the same plotly they are using. You will be able to feel it for sure. Now moving ahead, so like I told you, I'm going to talk about like a three graph, and again almost a similar kind of a things we are going to look into, but with a different functionality, with a different method. I will be able to plot a similar kind of a graph, same line plot, blocks plot, maybe like a pie chart plot, maybe a histogram, maybe a scatter plot, a scatter matrices, maybe a linear regression plot. So these are the plots I will be able to do by using this particular Seaborn library. So let's try to understand it, guys. So here I'm trying to import a Seaborn. Here I'm trying to import a Seaborn in this particular case. So Seaborn, I'm trying to import then pandas, then numpy, then matplotlib, everything I have done the import. Now, if I have to set maybe a background of a Seaborn, so in case of a Plotly, I was using cufflinks to set a background, and here, so I'm using basically a SNS, means Seaborn.set. So configuration wise, I'm using a same API, and in case of Plotly, I was using a cufflinks to set a. So here it's completely fine, SNS and set dark style, and I'm just trying to load some data. So just a dummy data. Like I told you, inside a Seaborn library, there are many data set which is available. So Titanic data set, or maybe Irish data set, maybe a tips data set. So I'm just trying to load one more data set. That's it. Now this tips data set is also an open source data set. You can try to go to Google and maybe you can download it from there. No one is going to stop you. Or maybe you can try to use a tips data set from here. Both is completely fine. You will be able to do that. So I'm trying to load like a tips data set over here, and this is how my tips data set like looks like. If I'll try to show you, so let me remove just a single column. So dot HEAD, and this is how it looks like. So this is a tips data set. So whenever you go to the restaurant, basically, so you try to pay a tips. Basically, you try to give a tips like to a waiter who is going to serve you, basically. So this is our data set. So total will tips 6 male and female, smoker, non-smoker, day, so Sunday, Monday, Friday, Thursday, whatever, time, dinner or lunch time, size. So in how many like what was the size of the group that with that you went for the dinner. So this is something, this is the kind of information that you will be able to find out for sure. And then on top of that, so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to call like a SNS, Seaborn library dot relational plot or real plot, simple. So I'm able to like plot this Seaborn dot relational plot, and in this case, it's almost equivalent to a scatter plot. You will be able to find out for sure. So in this relational plot, I'm trying to give my x-axis is equal to what? X-axis is equal to total bill, and y-axis is equal to tips I'm trying to give. So y-axis is equal to tips I'm trying to give. So this is the coordinate that I have. It's simple. If I'm able to get a coordinate, I can plot a dot. Simple. So and data is equal to tips. So it will try to take a total bills is equal to x-axis and tips is equal to y-axis, and then finally it is going to plot a data. So here you will be able to get your final plot. Now if I'll start observing a graph, So I will be able to find out that in my entire data set, the total bill was equal to almost close to 50. And person who has given a highest bill, the same person has paid highest tips as well, which was $10. So the bill was $50 and then tips was $10. This was the highest bill which I was able to get. This is the kind of observation I will be able to find out. Here in this area, I have most of the data. Here in this area, I have most of the data. So I can say that on an average, so I'm going to make a bill of in between $10 to $25. And then tips given by those people are in between maybe $1 to $4. This is the kind of a summary that you will be able to get just by looking into this graph. Okay, so it's completely fine. This is the kind of observation that I will be able to get. Now, simple, like it's just another set of a data set that I have, and then I'm just looking for the observation. Now, the next thing is, okay, so here I'm trying to perform like a value underscore count. I think we talked about value underscore count. So it always try to perform a group by count operation. So tips of a smoker. So I'm just trying to select a smoker column and then I'm trying to perform count. So if I wanted to know that how many smoker we have and how many non-smoker we have is easy. I will be able to know that. So simple on a smoker column. So I'm able to perform this value score count. I'm able to get that. Okay, so people who have visited my restaurant, so around 151 people was a non-smoker and around 93 people was basically a smoker. Now again I'm trying to plot this graph, so let's see how it goes. So SNS and relational plot, and then x-axis is equal to total bill, y is equal to tips, same old story. I'm trying to plot data is equal to tips, but here I'm trying to add something new. Now what is this new over here? So hue is equal to smoker. Now, if you remember, smoker is a column which I have. Smoker is a column which I have basically. So hue always decides a color. So I will just try to go one by one. As of now, I'll just try to remove the style. If I'm going to plot it, so you will be able to get this kind of a data. Let's suppose if I wanted to plot this total bill and tips, but I wanted to showcase smoker and non-smoker separately. Let's suppose, right? So in this case, maybe I can try to set a parameter hue as some column. So smoker column, so I have set. So I know that in my smoker column, so I have two variety of the data, either yes smoker or no smoker. So what it will try to do is, so automatically it will try to change the color. So graph wise, it's the same old graph, same old point I'm trying to draw. But here, so it is trying to represent all the smoker by a blue dot and all the non-smoker by a orange dot. That's the only differences you will be able to find out. Now, if I'll ask you a question that, okay, a person who has paid a highest bill was a smoker or was a non-smoker, you will be able to tell me that yes, that person was basically a smoker who has paid a highest bill and who has paid a highest tips basically. Now if I'll ask you a question that, okay, a person who was coming for a dinner or a lunch, so like whether what is the maximum count of us, or like which was maximum, whether a maximum number of a smoker is coming to my restaurant or maybe a maximum number of a non-smoker is coming to my restaurant. And just by looking into our data, you can say that, okay, so we have like a more dense like orange dot as compared to blue dot. So blue dot is less having a less density. So in that case, I can claim that, okay, fine. So more number of non-smoker people was coming to my restaurant. So this is the kind of insights which I will be able to get just by looking into this data. Now let's suppose, so I wanted to, like there is a time column. If you remember, so there is a time column. So there was inside a time column, so there is a lunch time and there is a dinner time. These are the two data which is available. Now let's suppose if I wanted to separate my graph, same graph based on maybe some other column. So maybe as a style is another argument. So based on the style, so style is equal to some column name I can try to give. So time column, so time was a lunch time or dinner time. So in this case, it will try to, basically represent a shape of a graph, save of the different dots into a different way. Now what is the meaning of this graph? Let's try to understand. If I'll try to understand this particular cross over here, so I can clearly say that okay, so it is having an orange color. Orange color means color is been defined by a smoker, because hue is equal to smoker I have set. So no, this person is non-smoker. Now if I wanted to know that whether this person came for a dinner or this person came for a lunch, I can simply say that no, this person came for actually dinner, because it's a cross save. Now this is what I have given, so automatically system will try to give this particular save. Now if I'll try to pick this particular person, so you can say that okay fine, so this person came for a lunch, came for a dinner, basically because it's a cross, so this person came for the dinner, it's a blue, it means that that person was basically a smoker. So I'm just trying to like in a single graph itself, so I'm trying to add more amount of a parameter, so that it will be able to show me my graph, it will be able to show me my data set in this particular way. It's very simple. Now so it will be able to give me a more amount of insights. Now here what I'm trying to do is, so style is equal to size column, I'm trying to give as simple as that. So inside my size column I have like if I'll try to show you, so if I'll try to show you my data is equal to tips. So this is my tips data, this is my tips data. I have I have a size column. Inside my size I have a size 1 2 3 4 5 6. So style means it will try to give a different shape. So it has plotted a same graph but size wise, so it has given a different size. So whatever corresponding size I had inside my data, so it is just trying to plot it accordingly. So this is something which I'm trying to do. Hue is equal to size. So we all know that if we are going to give a hue, so it always like try to separate things with the help of colors. And there is something called as style. So style always try to pick and choose different kind of a dot or different kind of a cross. That's the only differences that you will be able to find out in between like a hue and the styling. And with the help of hue and styling, so you can try to separate your graph, you can try to separate your data set even till a very low level by using a multiple parameter at a time. So it's completely fine. Now here I'm trying to use hue is equal to smoker. We all know that smoker, non-smoker. Style is equal to time. Size wise, size is another parameter that we are going to take. So we are now trying to differentiate our entire data based on the smoker, time, and size. Now if I'll ask you a question that okay, so what is a meaning? What is a meaning of maybe? What is a meaning of maybe this particular data? So this particular data means it is basically a cross. Cross means that person came for a dinner. That is fine. Now you will be able to observe that okay, so that person was basically a smoker, and probably this person came with the size of maybe 0 means alone. So 0 means alone actually. So for 1 it has taken 0. It has rounded off this data. So here you will be able to find out cross with the bigger size. Here we have a cross with the bigger size. Just try to look carefully and closely. You will be able to find out. So I will be able to tell many insights. So here we have little bit bigger dots. Here we have a very small dots. So we have a dots over here. So based on dots, so you will be able to, based on the bigger and smaller cross and dots, it is defining basically a size. Color is defining basically a person is smoker or non-smoker, and a time is basically like lunch time or dinner time, which is been represented by dot and cross. So it's very simple and intuitive, and you will be able to separate a same data set based on the multiple multiple different attributes, multiple different features in this way. Okay, now the next thing that I will be talking about is, so the next thing that we can discuss, we can talk about is like this one. So here I'm trying to call SNS.relation plot, and then X is equal to total bill, Y is equal to tips, and SNS means seaborn. It's very simple. So SNS dot relational plot, total bill, tips, data is equal to tips, size. I have just considered a size. You will be able to find out that it is trying to like give a different kind of a size based on basically my size column TIPS, and I have a size over here. I have a size over here. So whatever data set which is already available, so based on that, it will try to do this one. Maybe size is equal to tips I can give. So let's see how it's going to work. So it is going to tell me that, okay, so it's a tip. So let's try to give size equal to tips, not an issue. So as we know, so we have a tip column and we have a variety of the tips. So it is going to decide a size based on this one. Simple. So size wise, I can give a tip column name. It's completely fine. Size wise, I can try to give a total bill as well. There won't be an issue. See, total bills I have given, right? A person who has paid $0, person who has paid in between 0 to 220, 20 to 40, 40 to 60, and this way. So like it's trying to give a different kind of a size you will be able to observe, right? So this is something which happens, guys. Then now what I'm going to do is I'm going to generate random data. I think we all are aware about these code because this is like a pretty old code. So we have already discussed about these kind of code in our previous section. So here I'm trying to call these things, and this is the data that we have. I'm just trying to show you a data frame. This data frame I have generated from here. So from a dictionary, so where like I have generated 500 random data and then value wise 500 random values. On top of that, cumulative sum. Now I'm trying to plot this data. Simple. So x-axis is equal to time and then y-axis is equal to value. So time versus value. I'm trying to plot kind is equal to line. Till last time I was not giving a kind, so it was trying to plot a dot dot star star kind of a thing by default. Now so if you will look into a kind, so by default it try to take a scatter plot. Pandas plot always try to take a line plot, line graph plot. By default, it tried to take a scatter plot. Now here, this time, I don't want a scatter plot basically. So if I'll remove this one, let's see, if I'll remove this one, if I'll try to remove this one, so data is equal to df, and if I'm going to remove it, so you will be able to get a scatter plot. Now line plot is nothing but, so if you will try to combine all of those dots, if you will try to combine all of those, let's call it a line plot. Simple. So line plot is nothing, not a fancy graph, so it always comes from this dot itself, from your original data itself. So this is the kind of a line plot that you will be able to get. Simple. So this is the kind of a line plot that you will be able to get. So I'm going to set like a kind is equal to line. And yes, this is something that I will be able to get. So from the original data set, from the original like a dots, it is just trying to combine all of those dots, and finally you will be able to get this kind of a thing. Now the next thing which I'm going to perform over here is, so I'm trying to create another data frame, and then like kind is equal to line, sort is equal to true, same, it's a line plot itself, and then I'm trying to load one more data set that is called as a summary data set. So Fumri is another data set which is an open source data set which is available across a GitHub link, or maybe into a UCI portal, or maybe into a Kaggle. It is available everywhere, or it is available inside a Seaborn library as well. So fine, let's try to understand it. So here what you will be able to find out is, so I'm just trying to load a summary data set. So I'm just trying to find out a summary data set, and you will be able to find out that I can try to perform any kind of a plot operation. So SNS dot relational plot, and x is equal to time out, so time point, so it's completely fine. X is equal to time points, and y is equal to signal, so y is equal to signal. So I'm just trying to plot like a simple graph over here. So if I'll try to show you my scatter plot, this is how this scatter plot will looks like. So this is how this scatter plot will looks like. Now if I'll try to plot a line plot, what it will do is, it is scattered so much, it will try to draw a line in the middle of this entire scatter plot, and then it will try to draw some kind of a shadow above and below. Some kind of a shadow above and below you will be able to find out. So here, this is the shadow that you will be able to get. This is the shadow that you will be able to get over here, and in a middle line. So as a middle line, so you will be able to get this one. So as a middle line, you will be able to get this one in a case of a line plot. So let's try to like plot a line plot over here. So you will be able to do the same kind of observation. So like I was talking about, so line plot wise, so it is going to give you a middle of a line. Simple, middle of the line it is going to give you, and then just by showing you a shadow or just by giving a shadow, so it is going to show you a data dispersion, nothing else. So it is just trying to show you just by a shadow data dispersion in this particular place. This is how this line plot is going to work on top of a dispersed data set. That's it. Now here, so again, I'm trying to plot a relational plot. You will be able to find out, and relational plot wise, kind is equal to line I have given, data is equal to summary I have given, CI is equal to standard deviation. Now, what is a meaning of that? So CI is equal to standard deviation. So whatever, like shadow region which it is going to give you, so it will be equivalent to its own like standard deviation. This is what it means. So it will try to keep this shadow, but this shadow will be equal to a standard deviation. So it is going to take a complete standard deviation and then it is going to plot it. That's it. Means whatever is a original graph, so it is just going to, like, here you will be able to find out that it's just trying to give you like a approximate value. So it's just trying to show you a shape of the graph. But here, if I'm going to put CI is equal to standard deviation, so it will try to plot basically, or it will try to cover the original scatter plot. So here, this is how you will be able to compare. So it is trying to cover this original plot in this particular case. It is trying to plot this particular things in this original graph. So it's completely fine. So not an issue. Now here, so again, I'm trying to like plot a data. So I'm trying to call SNS dot relational plot, and then X is equal to time point, Y is equal to signal. Same thing which I have used in a last case, hue basically. So hue was basically a parameter which will try to separate my data set, So I'm trying to give hue is equal to event. Now, if we know, if you will look into the event column, so if I'll show you my summary data set, there is a column called as event column. So it's completely fine. Inside the event column, we have a stem event, we have a queue event. These are the two kind of an event we have. Now, so what it will do is it will try to separate a data. So based on the hue. So whatever data which belongs to a stem, so it will try to plot one graph, and whatever data which belongs to means grouping operation it is trying to do based on the color, it is going to show you. Just in the similar way, the way we have plotted a graph. So here it is trying to separate my data set based on hue is equal to event, and inside the event, so we have like a stem and we have a queue. It will try to give just a two different color. That's it. So the graph with a orange color, you will be able to find out that this is nothing but it is trying to represent basically a queue event, and then this graph with the blue color is trying to represent basically a stem event. So it's exactly similar. It's exactly similar, I would say, to our previous graph. So if I'm going to remove this kind is equal to line, you will be able to get these same kind of a dots. So it's exactly similar to the previous one. The only thing is, so it is trying to plot or it is trying to combine entire line, nothing else. Now, so what I can do is, last time I have used three factor, hue is a factor, style is a factor, size is a factor. This is what we have used. So it's not so we can try to use a similar thing over here. So hue is equal to reason, style is equal to events. So again, we have an event column. So this event is equal to stem and then queue. So I'm trying to make these things as a style. So we know that style has been used for the styling purpose. Styling means like a star or maybe a dots or maybe like a straight line, maybe a dotted line, or different kind of a things. So here what it will try to do is, so it will try to separate my entire data. So based on the reason and the event combination, that's it. So reason as a hue, so means color, and the style. The way it has done in a last case, if I'll try to show you the scatter plot, this is how this scatter plot looks like. Simple. So somewhere it has taken like a blue cross or orange cross, and somewhere it has taken like a blue dots and the orange dots. So based on the reason and based on the stem, based on the event. So again, if I'm going to do a line plot over here, so it will try to showcase a same thing in this particular way. So it's completely fine, guys, not an issue. So here I'm trying to take maybe hue as one of my column, and it's completely fine. Based on that, I'm trying to, or I'm able to separate an entire data set. Now, so here as we have already discussed in our last class, I think all of these things we have already discussed, like what is a date range function, and then what is a meaning of period function over here, period parameter, and then what is a rand-n function, cumulative sum function. So all these things we have discussed in our last class. I'm just trying to generate, or I'm just trying to use this data to generate some of my data sets. So I have generated two columns, time column and value column. So time column is nothing but it is trying to represent a time stamp, and value is nothing but so respective value for this particular time it is going to represent. Now here, so what I'm trying to do is, so time is fine, value is completely fine. I'm trying to call SNS dot relational plot. X-axis is equal to time, so time is nothing but this data, and then y-axis is equal to value, and kind is equal to line. So it's just nothing but, so it's nothing but I would say like time versus a time column versus a value plot, and I'm able to see all the time into my x-axis versus like a value. So at what time what was the value, at what date what was the value, I'm able to find out. Let's suppose if I'm going to comment this one, right? So many of you must be curious about this particular variable. So if I'm going to comment this one, you will not be able to see a time properly, right? You will not be able to see a time properly in this axis, and that's the reason. So I'm trying to perform this operation. So there is a function called as g, means the variable in which I'm trying to store this data, this graph, entire graph. So g dot fig dot auto format x date, so x-axis date. So I'm just trying to do apply auto formatting over here. So if I'm going to apply an auto formatting in this particular place, I will be able to plot and I will be able to print this kind of a graph. It's very easy, it's very intuitive, nothing fancy. Just I'm trying to like format my x-axis data in this particular way. As simple as that. Now, so the next thing which I will be talking about is, I think you remember my tips data set. So you go to the restaurant, you try to pay a bill, and then along with the bill, you try to give a tips. So here again, I'm going to talk about like a tips data set. So let's try to understand. So what an all factor I'm going to add inside my tips data set. So everything is fine. X-axis is completely fine. Total bill versus tips, it's completely fine. Hue, I think we all are able to understand. But here I'm trying to add a new variable called as column. So what I'm trying to say is just do one thing. So column wise, try to create a two column based on the time. So in my time column, you will be able to find out that I have two data sets, like a dinner and lunch. So some of the data, some people came for the dinner, some people came for the lunch. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to set column is equal to time. And if I'm going to set column is equal to time, so it basically for a lunch data, it is trying to create one set of a graph. For a dinner data, it is trying to create another set of a graph, and then end of the story. So this is how it is going to plot a graph. Simple. Column is equal to size if I have given. Column is equal to size if I'm going to give. So inside a size column, I have a variety of size 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so on. Now, so here it is trying to like give column is equal to size, and then this is a kind of a graph. So if I'll just try to zoom in, you will be able to find out that for size is equal to 1, size equal to 2, size equal to 3, size equal to 4, size equal to 6. So for every size, it has grouped a data. It is trying to group a data, and then for every group, it is trying to plot one certain kind of a graph, like one kind of a scatter plot over here. So instead of a scatter plot, maybe I can try to go ahead with a line plot or some other kind of a plots. No one is going to stop you. Now, the next operation that we are going to do is column is equal to size, hue is equal to smoker, and then column wrap is equal to 3. Column wrap is equal to 3 means in a single row, I'm just looking for how many columns? I'm just looking for 3 columns, right? So wrap 3 column at a time. This is the meaning of a column wrap. Everything is same. Everything is completely same. But the problem last time was like I was not able to see all the data. I was not able to visualize all those graphs properly. That's the reason. So I'm trying to take this as a argument. I'm trying to set certain values over here. Column wrap is equal to 3, and in this way I have the same graph. The graph which I have plotted last time over here. So it's the same graph, but visualization wise, you will be able to see like a better visualization. Maybe I can try to create column wrap is equal to 2, and in this case, let's try to understand that like in every column, so I'm able to get what? I'm able to get only 2 columns, right? So this is how you will be able to like change or control a representation. It's not a big deal at all, so you will be able to do it. Now, a scatter plot, so far so forth, I have been doing a scatter plot. There is no doubt with that. But in a Seaborn, there is a scatter plot, which is a specific function which is available. So I'm trying to call like a Seaborn dot scatter plot, and then I'm trying to give basically an x-axis, and I'm trying to give an y-axis. It's completely fine. Same total bill versus steps. It's the same story which I'm trying to plot over here. Nothing fancy. And if I'm going to execute it, the same old story I'm able to get. Now formally.head iris dataset I'm trying to load over here. Now I think all of you remember iris dataset, because this is again an open source dataset I have used in the last class for my different kind of explanation of a graph. So here I'm trying to call iris.head, and I have like a sepal length, sepal width, petal width, and I have species column in which I have three different kind of a flower. So setosa, virginica, and versicolor flower which we have. Now what I'm trying to do is, so here I'm trying to call sns.scatter plot. I'm trying to plot sepal length versus petal length. Not an issue. Sepal length versus petal length. I wanted to check a trend, that how my data set is behaving, how my data set is moving, whether there is a relationship between the data or not. So it's completely fine. I will be able to observe some kind of a linearity in certain range of this particular relation between sepal length and the petal length. So yes, it's completely fine. I'm able to get that. It's same old data. So the same graph I'm trying to plot. So last time you will be able to find out that scatter plot wise, I was trying to give like a sepal length or petal length. This time what I'm trying to do is, so I'm trying to call like a Seaborn dot scatter plot, and then I'm trying to call this data frame, and then from this data frame, so I'm trying to basically select this particular column. So sepal length and petal length column I'm trying to select, nothing else, nothing fancy, and I'm able to plot it. It's completely fine. So in this way, even I'm able to get my graph. Now, so the next operation which I would like to show you is like a categorical plot, how you will be able to do a categorical plot kind of operation inside a Seaborn when you have a categorical data inside your data frame. So here I'm trying to call like a tips.head. So this is my tips data set. I'm trying to load my Titanic data set so that I will be able to show you some operation. So Titanic is loaded, tips is loaded. Now, so there is something called as a cat plot, categorical plot, basically. So cat plot wise, x is equal to day. So x is equal to day column I'm trying to give. Now we all know that x is equal to day inside my day column. So basically like a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, these are the things, these are the kind of a data we had, right? These are the kind of a data. So basically this data set is nothing but it's a categorical data. So I'm trying to give these things in a x-axis, and then in a y-axis, so I'm trying to give basically total bill. So if I will ask you, then fine, just show me that day-wise, total bills that we have earned, that we have generated. So you will be able to find these things very easily, like on all Sunday. So this is the bills that we have generated. Basically on a Saturday, this is the bill that we have generated. On Friday, this is the bill that we have generated. On Thursday, this is the bill we have generated. Now, if I'll ask you a question that, okay, on what day we have generated the highest amount of bill? So on Saturday, we have generated the highest amount of bill. I can claim it. On what day I have like less frequent people who was visiting my restaurant. So on a Friday, density is very low over here. Data set is very low over here. So these are the kind of observations that you will be able to find out. It's very easy in case of a categorical plot or cat plot inside a Seaborn. Now again, so if I wanted to flip this entire graph, so what I will do is I will try to make my x-axis as a total bill, y-axis a day. Simple. I'll just try to reverse my axis, and in this way I will be able to flip my entire graph. That's very simple. Now, so there is another parameter. So everything is same. Everything is same over here. This is the only parameter which I have mentioned. So jitter is equal to false means. So whenever you are going to give jitter is equal to false, so in that case, it will try to remove, like it will try to show you simple a linear pattern. This is what a jitter is equal to true means. Linear pattern, simple linear pattern. Although it's not been used much, but still it's a parameter which is available. That's the reason. So I'm just trying to show you. So jitter means, so it's the same graph. It's the same graph that you must be able to see in our last example, but it is not trying to take all the like entire data set. It's just trying to show you just a linear tendency. That's it of the same data set. This is what jitter is equal to true does. Now here inside a categorical plot, I'm trying to take x is equal to day versus tips. Same thing. So on what day, what kind of a tips we have earned, So on Saturday, there was a highest payment. We have observed that on Saturday, we had a highest tips as well. Now, so everything is fine. Kind is equal to this one. This time I'm trying to do a swarm plot. Swarm plot is nothing but kind of a flower. It will try to, like, it will try to arrange the data set in a kind of a flower. And hue means color wise. I wanted to represent all of those colors of the bubbles based on the size. So for every size, it has given a different color. Hue always represents a color. I have passed my size column. Inside my size column, I have a 6 different size. So it's completely fine for all the 6 different size data. So it has given me a different colors over here, nothing else. Okay. Okay, so now next thing which I'm trying to do is, so I'm trying to perform like a categorical plot, and then X column is equal to smoker. As we all know that even inside my smoker column, I had a categorical data like a yes or no kind of a data that we had even in this particular case. So what I'm trying to do is, so X is equal to smoker, Y is equal to tips. It's completely like X axis is equal to smoker. So yes or no, and Y axis is equal to tips. So tips is nothing but like how much tips we have given. So now if I'll ask you a question that whether the person who has given a highest tips was a smoker or was a non-smoker. So you will be able to give me a very clear answer just by looking into this data. So this was the highest tips which was given, and this is basically smoker. Yes, so the highest tips was given by a smoker. Now you will be able to find out the density of the data is more over here as compared to in this particular place. So you can simply claim that okay, so we had, or you can simply claim over here that we have a more amount of a non-smoker as compared to smoker, but it's completely fine. Highest tips was given by a smoker. This is the kind of observation that you will be able to get. Now here, so I'm talking about basically a box plot graph in this particular place. I think we talked about a box plot just now. So you will be, I'm trying to like give a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So means on a x-axis, I'm trying to pass my day column. Day was nothing but it was a categorical column. So on Thursday, for the Thursday, I'm trying to perform this box plot operation. And hue wise, I have given a sex column. It's a male and female. So for male and female on Thursday, for male and female on Friday, for male and female on Saturday. Now, so here box plot, with the help of box plot, I would get to know that, okay, so is there any day on, like, whether it's a Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or whatever day data that we have, where we are trying to make some exceptional amount of a bill, we are able to raise, or we are able to get some exceptional amount of a bill. So how you will be able to know that? So if your data set tendency says that, okay, fine, so there is outliers on this day, so yes, I will be able to know those things. So as we all know that in case of like a box plot, so here it try to represent a Q1 quartile 1, it's a Q3. This is nothing but IQR, interquartile range. Now this is nothing but maximum is nothing but it's a Q3 plus 1.5 times then IQR, and then this is nothing but a minimum is nothing but so Q1 plus 1.5 times then IQR, interquartile range, right? So interquartile range, as simple as that. So I will be able to get my 25th percentile data, which is Q1, 75th percentile data, which is Q3. I will be able to get my median, which is nothing but here. I will be able to calculate my maximum. Those data, whatever data you have beyond a maximum, is basically falls as a treated as a high outlier. Those data which is below minimum, treated as a low outliers. As simple as that in this particular case. That's a region. So you will be able to find out that, okay, I have made some exceptional bill. On which day? Saturday. And even in a previous example, we have seen that on Saturday, I was doing a good business as compared to other day. And here on a Friday, so I have some like data which is less than expected one. I can say that. On Thursday, so yes, like I have some data which is like a more than expected one. Outliers. So here outliers is basically beneficial for us, right? So I will be able to observe, I will be able to judge an outliers just by looking into this data set very easily. So just by looking into a box plot means I will be able to say that okay fine, so on Saturday I have done like a better business. On Friday, no, it was a little bit down. So because my outliers is a low outliers which I'm able to get in this particular case. That's a kind of a insights you will be able to get from the box plot. Again, it's the same box plot which I'm trying to plot, nothing much, but I'm trying to make this dot is equal to false. So what it has done is it is trying to merge these two graphs. That's it. That's the only thing, which doesn't looks good. You will not be able to find out these things as a much readable, but it's not a good way, I would say. So always try to plot in this way. I think that will be much better. Now another data set I'm trying to load, which is a diamond data set. Again, it's an open source data set which is available inside a Seaborn, or else you can go to Google and try to search for diamond, and you can download CSV and you can read a CSV data set as well. Now, so I'm trying to perform a categorical plot itself. So on a x-axis, I have given a color column. Color is nothing but, as you can see, this is basically a categorical column data that we have. Now, what we are trying to do, so y is equal to like a price column. So price is nothing but, so price is a column which we have available over here. So color versus price. For which color, what is the price? For, because it's a diamond data set, so for every diamonds there will be a different kind of a price that get decided based on the color, cut, color, carat, many things, I would say, clarity, depth. So here what I'm trying to do is like I'm trying to make x-axis as a color column, y-axis as a price column, kind is equal to box plot, box and plot. There is something called as a box plot which I was talking about. There is something called as a box and plot you can try to draw. So you can try to draw like a box plot, you can try to draw like a box and plot. That is completely fine, I would say. Now, so it's nothing but that there's a too many outliers we have inside this data. That's the reason you are able to get this dark black line or beyond a maximum, I would say. Here I'm trying to draw like a BOXEN. Now let me do one thing. I can remove this part. Okay, box categorical price boxen. Data diamond. Okay, data is equal to diamond, right? Diamonds just sort based on color. Yeah. So you will be able to find this graph, and then like there is something called as a BOXEN. This is another shape of the graph, but similar to a box plot. It's available only inside this thing. So you will be able to find out that it's again same kind of a graph. We have like a minimum, maximum. We have a quartile 1, quartile 2. We have like a median over here, and all the outliers it is trying to show step by step, step by step. That's it. So it's the same graph that we are trying to plot over here, box and plot. There is something called as a violin plot you will be able to get. So the shape of this plot will be just like a violin. So I think you all are aware about the violin. So the shape will be like a violin, nothing fancy, nothing much. So just like a violin plot is a kind of a graph which I have never used in my real time. I only use this violin plot just when I try to teach people. That's it. So it's never been used, I would say, in a real time. So don't think that every graph is having some real time implication. No, it's not like that. Sometimes like just for the beautification, just to like change our UI or maybe inside. So we keep on choosing a different kind of a graph. That doesn't mean that you are supposed to use those graph all the time. So fine guys, not an issue. X-axis wise I have taken like a total bill, and then y-axis wise a day. It's again a categorical plot. Hue is equal to 6, which is nothing but male and female. So I'm just trying to separate my volume based on the color, or maybe male and female. Kind is equal to volume, data is equal to tips, split is equal to true. So split the data based on male and female, and if I'm going to execute it, you will be able to get just volume like a structure. Now here it's a combination of basically like a volume plot and the swarm plot. I think in the last class I was talking about merging two graphs all together based on the axis. Code is exactly same. So I'm trying to create an axis. Axis is equal to the axis of the previous graph, basically. So this is the exact same operations I'm trying to do, the operation which I've shown you in my yesterday's class, where I will be able to merge two graphs all together, and then I will try to show you a result. So simple, I'm trying to create one graph over here, as you can see, one graph over here, and then this is the another graph, and I'm just trying to set axis is equal to the axis of the previous graph. In this way, it will try to merge a graph. It will try to show you a data in a single place. Now this is the Titanic data set, and now I'm trying to call again a categorical plot on my Titanic data set. X-axis is equal to deck. So deck is nothing but this one. So I have like a deck over here. I have a deck over here, which is a categorical column, and sometime I have a none value as well. Kind is equal to count graph I wanted to, so kind is equal to count I wanted to give, and then this palette is equal to this one I wanted to give, and data is equal to identity, hue is equal to class. So it will try to first of all separate my data set based on the class. So class column is first class, second class, third class. So it will try to separate my data set, which will decide my color. First thing. Second thing is, so as you can see over here, so if I'll try to change this one 65, you will be able to see a change into a color. Suppose if I'm trying to take maybe a 01 over here, so you will be able to see a change into a color. So this is just a chromatic color which it is going to consider. That's it. So you can try to change this one, and then you will keep on changing the like a color of the graph. You will be able to set basically like a palette shape, palette color basically, and the kind is equal to count. So in a x-axis, it is going to take your date column. So date column, so it's completely fine. So deck is nothing but, so here you will be able to find out that we have a deck C, deck A, deck B. So deck A, deck A, B, C, D, all those things. Now on a y-axis, it is just trying to show you a count. So like how many deck A we had, this much. On a y-axis, how many deck B we had, so this much. This is how it is going to represent a very simple thing, very simple operations I'm trying to perform. Now, so next thing which I will be talking about is a distribution plot. I think I talked about a KDE, kernel density estimator function. I was talking about basically like a histogram, which is also a kind of a graph which try to show you a dispersion of your data set. So again, I was talking about like a normal distribution, a standard normal distribution. I said that we generally talk about these things into a statistics so that you will be able to understand actual meaning of these things. So fine, we will try to talk about it mostly into a statistics, but here in a graphical term, let's try to understand it. Here I'm trying to call x is equal to rand 100. So it will try to generate 100 random data. There is no doubt with that. It's completely fine. I am trying to create a CBOR dot distribution plot. Now, what it try to do? So distribution plot plies. I'm trying to give x, means I have generated a random data, 100 random data I have generated. Now, so I wanted to understand that whether my data set is a normally distributed data set or not, because Random claims that I'm going to give you a standard normal distribution data. It means that mu is equal to 0, standard deviation is equal to 1. This is what it claims. I wanted to verify. In that case, I can try to maybe plot a distribution plot, and let's remove KDE, kernel distribution, as of now. So if I'm going to plot it, and let's remove this like a histogram as well, rug as well. I'll just try to keep this one. Just try to keep this one, and you will be able to find out that okay, let's remove this bins as well. So this is something that you will be able to find out, and you can say that okay, so this graph is almost trying to form a bell-shaped curve. So in this case, I can say that okay, fine. So my data set is normally distributed, and you will be able to find out that its mean is almost coming on a 0. Its mean, this is like if you try to plot a perpendicular line, so it's almost equal to 0. So in that case, I can say that okay, so like mu is equal to 0. So this is a normal standard normal distribution data set that we are able to observe, or that we are able to get. If I'm going to increase more number of data, so in that case my graph will be much more perfect. So if I'm going to take a less amount of a data, my graph will not that perfect. You will be able to find out. I have taken 10 data sets. It still claims that like I'm going to give you a normally distributed data set or standard normal distribution data set where mu is equal to 0, standard deviation is equal to 1, but still you will not be able to get the data. If you are going to increase the number, in that case, yes, you will be able to get a perfect safe data set. As you can see, like for this graph, so it's a perfectly, I would say, like a standard normal distribution, a graph that we have. It's a perfect bill set that we are able to get. So this is what it means. Now if I'll give you any other random data, if I'll give you any other random kind of a data, and then if I'll ask you that okay fine, so just try to check that whether this data set is normally distributed or not. For example, so let's suppose I have a Titanic data, and inside the Titanic data set I will try to select this age column. So let's try to check that whether this age column is normally distributed or not. If it is not normally distributed, then I maybe try to like perform some operations, and I will try to achieve some normal distributed data. So as of now, this is my data set that we have. Now what I can do is I can try to put maybe this one over here, And first of all, I will try to, this is basically a series, right? So np dot a double array, and I can maybe try to do the conversion, not an issue. So a double r ay, sorry, okay. And I can try to give like this one. What's an issue? It's converted. Okay, cannot convert float and into integer. Fine. So there was like a nn value inside this one. So not an issue. I'll try to handle it. So this dot age, this dot age dot not nu double l null, select only not null data. That is fine. Select only a not null data from a Titanic data set. So I can try to filter it out. I can try to filter it out. On top of that, I can try to select just a, which one? I can try to select age over here. So age over here, I can try to wrap this up inside numpy array. Okay, so now if I'll execute, and now I have removed all the nn value. Now what I can do is I can try to put it over there. Okay. Now, so I was just curious. I was just curious that, okay, fine. So like my age column, which is even given inside my Titan dataset or not. So this column was basically like showing me a normal distribution property or not. I just wanted to check. I was just curious about that. What I've done is I have just selected the age column, and then I'm just trying to check over here. So I am able to find out that, okay, so it's not completely normally distributed, but yeah, somehow it is trying to form some kind of a bell-shaped curve. So I don't have to do much treatment of my age column data in this particular place. Maybe I'll just have to do a little bit about this normalization, and I'll have to worry about a little bit about this normalization. Although this data set is available into a, almost close to a normal distribution format. So this is a kind of insights you will be able to get, guys, if you are able to plot this kind of a graph, simple, which will help you out a lot to perform lossless analysis in a real time. Now, so I'm just trying to call like a tips.head and bill, and then like I'm trying to do a joint plot in this particular place. So I'm trying to call x is equal to total bill, y is equal to tips, and then joint plot is nothing but, so in one plot you will be able to get two graphs. That is called as a joint plot. So here you will be able to find out. So here you will be able to find out that in a x-axis or in a y-axis, I have a total bill and I have a tips. Now in a middle, this is basically a scatter plot you will be able to get in this particular case. And here you will be able to get basically a histogram for total bill, and here you will be able to get histogram for tips, means tip, so tip basically. So you will be able to get a histogram for a tips, and here is a histogram for total bill. You will be able to find out also that whether this data set is dispersed normally or not. So just by plotting this kind of a graph, or KD, you can try to involve over here, and by plotting a KD plot, you will be able to get that insights as well. So this is like called as a joint plot, where it is trying to plot a multiple kind of a graph into a single place. Now the second thing which I'm trying to show you is joint plot. Again, kind is equal to hexabin. So as a scatter plot, so it is trying to do a hex bin. I think we talked about a hex bin in yesterday, like a previous class as well, in our pandas plot or matplotlib. So it's nothing but instead of plotting a dots, it is trying to plot a hexagon, nothing else, nothing much. I think we talked about a scatter matrices. So pair plot is nothing but it's exactly same as a like a matrices, a scatter matrices in a pandas plot. So the same graph you will be able to get. The only difference is a method. Same data set I think I have used even on that day, and I was just trying to show you like a variations of one column along with the other column. So it's nothing new, nothing much. It's the same. It's the equivalent of the scatter plot that we have plotted. there is another feature, there is another function which is also available. So here itself, in a plotting itself, at the time of plotting itself, so you will be able to regress a data. Regress a data means, so I think you might have heard about a linear regression, you might have heard about a polynomial regression, a multinomial regression, and all those things basically. So inside a seaborn itself, you will be able to regress a data, and then you will be able to find out a best fitted line. That is also possible, and this is what I'm trying to do over here. So I'm trying to plot a graph like a total bill versus tips here. So I'm trying to plot a graph, total bill versus tips, and then so it will try to plot all those graphs, and automatically it will try to find out a best fitted line that we used to do by the help of y is equal to mx plus c, where we try to find out a d by dw and a d by dc, or d by dm in this case, and d by dc we try to find out, and based on that we try to fit the line. So whatever we used to study in our linear regression cases, so it will try to perform the same thing into just by just, you don't have to use even like a linear regression object. Internally it is going to use it, and total bill versus tips, it will try to find out the best fitted line. So whenever we talk about linear regression, it's a huge topic in itself. I would say it takes like a 2-3 hour of time to explain about d by dm, d by dc. Then you will be able to understand like a linear regression and till core, so how learning happens. But here, so just with the help of a graph, you will be able to plot it, and it is going to give you a best fitted line. There are many more other graphs is also available, also possible. So like I told you, every library supports almost every kind of a graph. It's not like one library is supporting one kind of a graph and other is not supporting everything. Everyone supports everything. It just depends upon us. It just depends upon us which graphical visualization library I'm going to use. Previously, I used to love this Seaborn. Basically, like I generally use, I have used a Seaborn or Matplotlib, but nowadays I'm liking this Plotly a lot, and I'm using Plotly. Maybe tomorrow, so I can try to change my mindset, and maybe I can start using a different library. But library can change, it's completely fine. Method wise, I don't think that it is going to change. If you are going to learn one thing, one kind of a graph in one library, in every other library you will be able to find out a similar kind of a graph, and it will be very easier for you to adopt any library even after 10 years if you will be, people will release. So nowadays I'm just using a Plotly, I'm using a dash, I'm using bokeh, I'm using basic like a d3js. So these are the things which I'm using nowadays for my personal use cases, because yeah, but it's not like you can't use a Seaborn, you can't use a Matplotlib. You can use it. It just, choice is just up to you. So no one is going to tell you that use this or use that. Based on the requirement, based on choices, you can use any of this graph. With that, so I will try to conclude my today's session. So I have to discuss this much in a today's session. Now in the next session, which is going to happen on Monday, so I will be talking about MongoDB, as well as I will be talking about a Flask API in a single day, and then on a consecutive day, so I will be talking about a project and its deployment into a cloud platform basically. So first we'll see how we can build a scrapper, and then how we can try to deploy it into my local system, and then immediately so I'll try to look into a cloud deployment as well. So that will be an agenda for a next week. So I'm done with my graph, and probably by next week, so we are going to conclude your batch. And we have already circulated a certification form, because we have released a certificate for many of you, and you guys have filled maybe a wrong name or maybe a wrong email address, and because of that I have received many complaints on a Skype. So we have circulated a form. Just try to fill your name email ID correctly, and phase wise, by the time we'll complete our syllabus, we'll keep on releasing, I would say, like your certificate for the same thing: certificate for Power BI, certificate for Tableau, certificate for Python for data science, certificate for data science architectural discussion. You will keep on getting those things. Plus, we have given you some exercise. We have given you this material as well. So material till Plotly is already available inside the dashboard. Seaborn we have not uploaded. It will be uploaded by tonight or by latest tomorrow morning itself, and you can try to practice each and everything in your system. As of now, Matplotlib pandas plot is already available. Plotly is already available inside your dashboard. So with that, I think I will try to rest this class. Let's take few questions. So Those who is having question, they can raise their hand, and I can unmute them and they can go for the question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, hi Sudhanshu.
Yeah, go ahead.
I have a couple of questions. One is regarding, uh, as you said, cufflinks is a configuration library for Plotly.
Plotly,
Is
yeah.
there any configuration library for Matplotlib as well?
No, in the side of Matplotlib itself, they have everything. In some Matplotlib object itself, you will be able to find everything. Even
Like to change themes and all.
yeah, same goes for Cball. So it's there itself. It's a inbuilt like a object.
Okay.
Yeah.
Uh, and one more question is, can we download these interactive graphs and to use in presentations or
Yes,
how
yes,
to,
yeah.
how
Even
to use?
last day I shown you, right? So you will be able to download it. You will be able to export it very easily, right? You can try to like download this one, this graph. So yeah, I'm just clicked over here, right? So I'm
It
able
is
to
downloaded as an image, not like
yes.
a.
So basically, in that case, what you will have to do is you can't. Okay, in this way, you want to download.
Yeah. Ah.
You will be
Yeah.
able to host it actually. So that's the reason. So I was showing you this COVID-19, right? So I was showing you this COVID-19. The main purpose or main idea behind showing you these things is, so if you are going to host this kind of a graph on some server, so people will be able to see, or people will be able to get a same kind of a look and feel that you are able to get by hovering your mouse, right? So if you are going to download it, it will just be a picture. It will just be a images. If you are going to host it, if you are going to deploy these things, so in that case, it will not be only a pictures. It will be basically work as a same interactive graph. This is how it
Okay.
happens.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sudhanshu,
Yeah. Go ahead.
you have given the example of the COVID-19 website.
Okay.
There you have shown the repository, the GitHub repository. So look, from where to start, if we get a repository, GitHub repository of a
I'm not
similar.
discussing this repository, sir. So I think I'll just try to focus on a graph. So again, otherwise it will take another 2 hours of time,
No,
right?
not exactly to like. Is there
So you can
any?
go through a GitHub link that they have given. We have already replicated those things, and we keep on doing those things. The day they have open source, so on the same day itself we have replicated. So just try to go through that. I think you will get your answer.
Thank you.
Hi, Sudhanshu.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sir, actually, can you just explain again the CI in the graph?
CI is nothing but a standard deviation which I have taken, right? So CI is nothing but, so whatever contour it is, or like a whatever outer space. So previously it was trying to show me some kind of a shaded region, right? Some
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
shaded region which I was trying to showcase, I would say, along with the graph. Means a normal, it was trying to show me just a structure of the graph, right? But if I'm trying
Yeah.
to take CI is equal to SD, which is nothing but a standard deviation, so
Standard
it will try to
deviation.
find out, it will try to take the actual actual distance, and then on actual distance we'll try to draw the shadow. That's the only thing.
Okay. Is the CI is the same as confidence interval?
No, not a not a confidence interval. It's a standard deviation, SD.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So fine, guys. I will try to rest my class for today, and let's connect again on Monday. Make sure that you all are going to fill the form so that you will be able to get a certificate on time. We have already released too many people, and yeah, see you again on the next class on Monday. With that, thank you so much, and have a great day and night ahead.